Mic test.
Mic test.
And right away we have somebody in the chat. Hello! So I wrote a description for this stream. Today I will be filling that in. Last time I streamed, which was last year, I think the 30th, I think I filled in maybe the rest of that. Since then, I have filled that in, and most of that. With dirt / grass, even though it's pretty much mostly been dirt blocks. I hope it won't take too long. I don't have too many hours alone here. I have a few. I probably could have started this earlier. I've been home alone for a few hours now. But I was just like, I don't know when he's coming back. So hopefully this will only be about 2, 1.5 double chests, I think is what I need left. Let's see if I can read the description I wrote. Yeah. Today I plan on gathering / placing the last of the dirt I need, then parentheses for now, and parentheses, for the end base project, or for my end base project. The dirt will be placed on one of 2 large platforms, this being the second one. I intend on building things on top of. I have some ideas for what to build, but feel free to give suggestions. The more ideas, the better. I don't know if anyone else watched this, but we'll see. Why does my body only make that noise when I'm actually starting to talk more? It never does that until when I start streaming. What? That's weird. Is it nervousness? Maybe. I don't know. Let's check the chat. The other day, I think 2 days ago, I made a cool pixel art that I've been working on, or planning on for a while. Might make some adjustments to it, but I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I did that in my creative pixel art world, which is just a super flat. Someday I might do either a live stream or just a video touring the whole thing, but that whole world, but for now, you can see a good amount of the pixel arts on it if you go back far enough in the posts I've made on the channel over the last year or so. So this is the map. That's what I need to fill in today. I've done the rest of that. Let's see, I should hopefully just need to fill in these 2. This year's been interesting already. We're only 11 days in, and already we have we already have a displaced dictator in Venezuela. It's kind of funny. I don't really care much about that. It was just funny to wake up one day and be like, oh, that happened when I went to bed. Went to bed at like 3 a.m. that night. And then I realized, like, wait, that happened when I went to bed? Like, what? Okay. And then I woke up in the morning like, oh, that's the first thing I see. So I already have stuff set up. Be traveling out on the Nether Railway to the very outskirts of the map where I gathered all this dirt. This is the main end island and the platform underneath it. So you can imagine what that place looks like out there with all that dirt missing. I haven't actually worked on this in the last few days because I've been like, well, I've gotten to a point where it'd actually be better just to do the last remaining work on stream. So if I've even logged onto this world, it's just me sitting AFK next to this, gathering wheat, which I already have enough bread, I don't need to gather that yet. The funny things about these streams is like I don't ever announce when I do them. There's no specific time. It's just like, oh, maybe I'll make a post being like, I plan on streaming in the next few days. So that's one reason why no one ever shows up, because it's like, who the heck is one subbed and two has notifications, so it's like, why am I looking at this chest? Oh right, because this is where I've been placing the dirt. In these 6 chests, usually I've gotten like 4.5 double chests at a time. Set the spawn. Well, I don't need to set the spawn. Why am I doing that? I need to set over there. Okay, the sun rises right here. So that means there's still plenty of daytime. It's like, yeah, I imagined you probably had notifications because you showed up instantly. Okay. So this goes to the stronghold. This is the path we're going to take. And this goes to the second base. I've done a little bit of work in here. I made some modifications to better allow for basically how I used to like for like when I was working on platform 1, I just kept going back and forward with which is like it was very annoying to do to work on like platform 1 because I just kept going back and forward with dirt. Like I'd leave it in the double chest at the work site, grab an inventory of dirt, and then I'll keep these. And then it just keep going back and forward like thousands of blocks. And then walking hundreds of blocks to get to the like maybe 100 blocks to get to the portal. So what I've done, actually I should probably say this. What I've done since then is I've improved this area. So this was once, I think, just a standard chest. I made it a double chest and then added another double chest on top of it. I've moved it back a little bit. This used to be right here, just about. I've moved it back. I've added planks here, so I can walk this way. This is to better optimize for the use of 2 double chests, or 2 chest minecarts. So I pushed 2 chest minecarts, so I have like 3 inventories worth of dirt. And then I've, instead of needing to keep going back to the work site and back, I've modified the area at the portal we're traveling to have like 6 double chests to fill up with dirt. So instead of having to leave the nether over and over again to get the dirt. I'll just bring all the dirt, like I'll travel back to the portal in the work site over and over again to fill those double chests instead of just doing that process and then coming this way. So take a little bit out of it, which is nice. I wonder how much, like, what the speed would be if I put the double chests, like the double mine carts, in front of me. With them being empty, it probably wouldn't be that slower, but I haven't really changed this area over there to cope with that, because really it's just, oh, I place these once I need them, and they only travel back that way. It's weird that the audio glitches out when I look right. Like, it doesn't do that when I look left. It just does it when I look right when I'm in a minecart. That's really weird. But it's done that for a while. I don't know why they haven't fixed that bug. So we should be approaching it pretty soon once I see that this red is turned blue. Maybe a few hundred blocks left. I'm sure if I had shulker boxes I wouldn't need to use these. But I don't, so I have to use these. I could easily go and get shulker boxes, I guess, in Elytra, but it's just like I don't know, it's kind of more interesting to do it the way that people had to do it before, like, 2016. It's like, if I was playing Minecraft in 2015, this is what I would have to do. If I worked on this project a decade ago. It's weird to think that was 10 years ago. 2016, January 2016 was a decade ago. That's weird. Okay, so we can see here's the chests I added. When these are not in use, I just put them in here. So yeah, this is the area I used during the development of the Ocean Monument project and the end base. So if we go this way, and other things, like the pyramid as well. So if you go this way, you'll see the desert has been dug out a lot, both in the standard desert and the Badlands. Is this dug out? Yeah, this is all dug out. This is terracotta, which is underneath the red sand. You can see where you can see where the red sand was. It would have been equal to this. And then you can see there's the dirt. That's been mined out. Okay, the sun is going down because it goes down this way. At least around here. So this is the dirt I mined out for the, I guess the underwater domes were partially done with this, but mostly the main end island was done, and the platform under it was done with this area here, and over here too. This area was used for the platform underneath, and then this area, and even this part here too, but past this excavated hill, this has been used for the platforms. A lot of work goes into this type of stuff. Oh, that's right. Dang, I'm gonna have to go all the way over there. Because I put the bed over here. It was originally right around here, but I moved it over here because I'm working over here right now. It's getting dark. The bed should be just right there. Yep, there we go. What do you mean mod? Like moderator? I don't have any moderators because it's like no one watches this stuff. I don't need moderators. Plus, I don't even know how to do that anyway. I don't know if I can trust people with that type of power. Especially when it's not necessary at the moment. Okay, so what can I get rid of? Because I'm unsure if I want to get rid of the rest of this, because I do like the look of this. And I don't want to destroy the forest. So it might not be a good idea to work in this specific area anymore. I think I might go back to the hill. Is it raining outside? It's probably just getting dark. Yeah, it looks fine. It is kind of funny to peel back the dirt just to see, because it's like, yeah, this type of stuff is under every single area in the game. This is what it looks like. Yeah, I should probably grab the bed, because I don't think I'm going to be working over here anymore. Probably grab that. So let's see. I need to get about maybe a stack or a double chest and a half. How long would that take? Because I don't time this. that could still take a few hours. This seems like it might be a good area. It's just these trees that I like the look of these trees, so I don't really know if I want to get rid of them. Let's use the damaged one. There's just a hole in the ground. Yeah, this wraps around this whole mountain, like the holes. If I go this way, yeah, this seems like a prime area. Yeah, I'll probably be working over here. Have to chop down a few trees though. If we keep going this way, you'll eventually reach, well, another giant ravine in the ground. You can do a loop. You'll eventually reach another dugout area over there. I remember when I was working on that over there, I was watching a video about, yeah, there's a jungle temple over there too, which I haven't been into because I don't really need to. I already have the armor trim you need from one of those. It's kind of weird, like I found out that, so my second base is also in a jungle, and I found out like to initially get there you have to pass through, it's basically on the other side of the ocean where my first base is, so it's only like 1,000 blocks away, but you have to travel through jungle. It's like I did do that, but apparently I missed that, like I must have passed by like there was a jungle temple where I pretty much traveled through, so it's like I just didn't see it, which was kind of funny. I just realized, wait, that's there? How did I not know this? So the first half of this stream is going to be just a lot of digging. Oh yeah, I was talking about how I was watching a video about like a Disney diving attraction they used to have in not Volcano Bay, that's Universal's water park, but what's their Typhoon Lagoon. They used to have a diving attraction there that they closed like, well, a decade ago now, like 2016 or so, they got rid of it. But I remember watching a video on that when I was digging over there. That was like 2-3 months ago. Last night, or yesterday, maybe not entirely last night, maybe it was, I was rewatching some of my old videos, because I have a playlist called My Best Videos, which is videos that I've made that I'm proud of, and stuff like that. My videos have never been like that great, at least quality-wise. I've been pretty happy with some of them, like footage-wise. Do I want to build what? The water park? It would be funny to build the water park, but it's like, I've already built a water park in this world before, kind of. It's not really that functional to make a water park in Minecraft. Water park in the end would be kind of funny though. Like, I have a bunch of ideas for what I want to build in the end. Like, the project is not going to end once I populate the 2 platforms. That's just the current phase of the overall project. Like, one idea I have is like to build Rainbow Road from Mario Kart, but use like horses or something because there's no vehicles in this game. Like Mario Kart 64, Rainbow Road is like just in the middle of space, and I'm like, that makes perfect sense for the end because that's what it looks like. So I thought that would be kind of funny to do. I'm still not sure what I would build it out of. Probably either stained glass or wool, and then it would probably have like glowstone lighting. I was thinking if I went with the most expensive version of the project, would easily be the stained glass. And I would put the glowstone under the stained glass so it would glow or whatever. Like, stained glass would help a lot because Enderman and just any mob can't spawn on transparent blocks. So that would be better than wool, because then I'd have to worry about lighting it up. And I think it would look better as stained glass. However, and it'd be more functional, but it'd just be so expensive. And it would kind of go against the like Minecraft beta aesthetic I'm trying to go for with the end. I think it would loop around like the whole end island. I think that's what I would do. Like change of elevation and stuff like that. It'd be a really cool project. Is it functional? Heck no, but it would be fun. It would look cool, and that's really all that matters. Especially in a solo world. Like Minecraft, only has like a certain appeal to it when you're playing by yourself. Yeah, I said wool. Like, it would be stained glass or wool, but stained glass would be the better looking and more practical option, at least in terms of like game mechanics, but it would be a lot more expensive to make. Hello. Talking about potentially making Rainbow Road in the end. But I probably wouldn't make Rainbow Road until after I complete the platform project. Some other things I thought about would be like, oh, let's do like inverted or weird versions of things I've made in the overworld. So like, let's say I made the pyramid but upside down or something. But idea. This is the latest version. It's not like I really have a choice when it comes to Bedrock Edition. I still haven't even crafted a spear. I realized it was kind of dumb for me not to, because that means I missed out on the zombie horse cape, because you needed to kill like 5 mobs with a spear during like 3 or 4 days. Which is not hard to do at all, and I was aware of it, but the reason I didn't do it was because I was like, do I need to be logged in to Microsoft for this? I have a Microsoft account, but it logged me out a while ago. Do I watch Stream? No. Maybe a few years ago I watched him like once or twice, but I wasn't really much of a fan of his stuff. Okay. Don't really care that much for that content. I don't know, it's like when it comes to Minecraft content nowadays, it's like I either watch stuff I've watched when I was a kid or I watch like Hermitcraft. Or like news videos and stuff like that. It's not something there's plenty of Minecraft content that's probably being made for like young kids still, but I don't watch anything like that. Like the other day was it also yesterday? I think it was like either yesterday or, well, maybe 2 days ago. I decided I'll watch a few episodes of one of my favorite Minecraft series of all time, which is a relatively obscure one, and it's one of the oldest, which is Zach Scott Games Minecraft Let's Play, which was him and his friends goofing around on his Minecraft server that he made. It came out, like, the series started in 2011 and it lasted until like 2015 or so. He hasn't made a Minecraft video proper since then. I think he made a YouTube short related to Minecraft a year or two ago, and I was like, why are you making YouTube shorts related to Minecraft facts if you haven't played Minecraft on the channel in like a decade? And then, like, apparently he contributed in like a Lego Minecraft challenge or whatever earlier last year and said, oh, if I win or whatever, I'll do a new Minecraft series. I don't think he won. But also it's just like, I don't know if I'd want him to, is the thing. Because the charm of his series was, one, his friends, which I don't know if he still hangs out with them anymore, and two, it's very much of its time. It's a very it's a very entertaining and hilarious series, but it has tons of dirty jokes because it's from 14-15 years ago. It's just a bunch of like late 20s, early 30-year-olds messing around. It's one of my favorite series ever. It's just so funny to watch. But it's like, you would not be able to get away with that series nowadays, unfortunately. Because it's just like, it just goes against what Minecraft content is mostly now, which is kids content. Let's grab that. What? Are you talking about the dripstone? That's just natural. It spawned like this. I didn't put it here. I felt it was weird. I'm like, why is there dripstone on the surface? That looks weird to me. Yeah, I just found it on the side of the lake. I was like, what? I took a picture of it like when I discovered it a few months ago, and I was like, what is this? Like, it looks cool. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just like, that's weird generation. Because that's supposed to be in a cave. I don't think it's supposed to spawn like that. It's just a funny quirk of this particular area of my world. It's just at the shoreline of a lake. I don't know why. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. I got a axe because I was going to tear down the street. One, I'm playing on a PlayStation 4, not a PlayStation 5, so even though Vibrant Visuals is an option, it makes my console sound like a jet engine, which is kind of surprising because at this point in my console's life, it's 8 years old. It's about to be 9 years old soon. Like, almost every game I play makes it sound like that, except Minecraft. And I don't know if that's just because it's old, because I don't know if it used to always do that. But two, I'm also using classic textures. So I'm using textures from before 1.13 Update Aquatic. If you use that, so basically Vibrant Visuals only works on like compatible texture packs on the Minecraft Marketplace, and for whatever reason, that isn't one of them. So I can't even turn it on if I wanted to, which is strange. Because it's just Minecraft textures. But they haven't implemented that for this, because they just don't touch... They don't mess with classic textures, so they just separated them as their own option and never touched them again, though they might sometimes make like bug fixes to it. Don't mind that. That's just the vines breaking because the leaf they're on is decaying. It's a funny sound. Okay, that's fine. Nothing to be ashamed of there. You're typing English pretty good. Or pretty well would be, I think, the more accurate way to say that. I don't want to tear down the oak tree, though. Like, it's kind of funny, like, obviously some people might ask, why are you on a PS4? One, because it's the console I have, and two, I don't have a reason to get a PS5, especially this late in the game. It's like, the PS6 is probably going to be out in like 2 years. When was the last time they added a jungle mob? It was the panda, I believe? I'm sure they've added like jungle wolves. It's kind of funny, so I've been playing Minecraft since like, I've known about it since 2011. I played it for the first time in 2012 when Pocket Edition came out, which is technically the version I'm playing right now. Technically. Has what? Oh yeah, but PS5 has better graphics. It's not like in terms of like Minecraft, graphics doesn't matter, and it's not that much better than a PS4 Pro, which is what I'm using. The major thing, besides new games to play, is load times. That's a major thing with PS5. Load times are better for sure. However, I haven't, like, sure, I've seen some of the games come out recently, and I'm like, oh, these are cool, and my friends play them. Like, one reason I haven't made videos with some of my friends in a long time, or just played with them in general in a long time, is they don't play games that I play anymore. So, and I can't play those games, because I can't get them on this system. And sure, I see, like, oh, like, Helldivers is cool. I don't know. Maybe I would enjoy like Dragon Ball, what was it called? Sparking Zero. But it's like, I don't know, like some big games that I've been waiting for that just haven't come out yet or haven't even been announced. Like, I would love a Star Wars Battlefront 3. Maybe I would have fun with Battlefield 6. But that has come out. But still not like... I love a new Battlefront game. But they haven't... They don't seem to want to make one, unfortunately. I don't know. There hasn't been that many games this generation that I care about. Nothing draws me to the console. I also don't like its aesthetic. It's a lot more boring. And they just take options away. Like, I don't even think you can get custom background images for your PlayStation background on PS5. You can on PS4. It's just weird features like that that are just absent. I don't know, maybe they've added that at this point, but a part of me feels like they may not have, which is odd. You from US? Yes, I'm from the United States. Which, I don't know, I wouldn't say the majority of the English-speaking people are from the US, but a good percentage. Especially on YouTube. The funny thing is, I actually grew up watching a lot of British YouTubers as a kid. So, like, I would learn new words a lot from, like, British YouTubers. And sometimes I would say them, and my parents would be like, what the heck does that mean? Not realizing that's like, oh yeah, they speak, even though it's the same language, they don't speak the same way we do. Like, one memory for me would be, as you can probably tell by my profile picture, which is also my profile picture on PlayStation. I'm a big fan of Jurassic Park. Always have been, since I was a very young kid. Unfortunately, I'm not really that into it in terms of the new stuff. I haven't watched the TV show they made. I haven't watched the latest film because it didn't look appealing to me. But one of the earliest videos, like, earlier I mentioned I have a playlist called My Best Videos, which is of the videos I've made in the past that I'm proud of. They're the videos I would hope people would watch that I've made. But But I also have 3 playlists that are called My Favorite Videos. They are videos, my favorite videos I've ever watched on YouTube. And that goes from... When did I first watch YouTube? Probably like 2009 at the earliest. Though I don't remember. I didn't start like watching it a lot probably until like 2011. Probably doesn't even know how I even accessed the computer. It's probably just my sister showed it to me at the time. Well, that could be because your country doesn't have that many content creators. Though I don't know what country you're from, so you could have a good amount. The thing is, like, one, English YouTubers have larger channels, I would imagine, than most other language YouTubers, because English is a American, or not English, YouTube is an American website. It was created in California, and it is owned by an American corporation, Google, which is also owned by a parent company, Alphabet, I believe, is their name. Alphabet something. I only learned that because of a it's like a Scribblio video. And, like, of course, big YouTubers would know that the parent company of Google is this because it's like, it would be on their paychecks, probably. I don't get paid for this. I've been making videos on this channel for 8 years. But I didn't turn on monetization because nobody watches my stuff. I just make this stuff for myself. Whether or not people make them or watch them, I'm always happy when people do watch it. I hope people like it. But, I just make it for fun. Anyway, back on topic of the Jurassic Park. One of the, and British YouTubers. One of the earliest videos I remember watching was Jurassic Park reviews by, well, Jurassic Park collection videos, Jurassic Park reviews, and stuff like that by multiple people. But one video I watched, and one of the first videos in my favorite videos playlist, #1, is a collection video by, I think, Jack Anthony Ewins, E-W-I-N-S, who later on went on to work as a consultant for the Jurassic World movies. Like, he worked on the websites for those films, like promotional websites, which is pretty cool. I thought that was funny that, like, oh yeah, like, back then, he was still a few years away from doing that, so it was kind of funny. But it was like, he talked about finding, like, Jurassic Park figures at a, what he called a car boot sale, which is basically, so here in the US, we sometimes have garage sales, which is where people, like, sell items they don't want. I don't know if people still do that, but before, like, eBay was a big thing. But basically, in the UK, instead of doing that, they do car boot sales, which are like people selling stuff from the trunk of their car. That's what they call the trunks of cars, boots, I think. And like, I remember saying, like, using that terminology, like, what is a car boot or whatever? And my parents were like, we have no idea what you're talking about, because it's a British thing. And I just, that was when I realized, oh yeah, there's different, even though they speak the same language, they're not from here. That was something kind of, it was just a concept I didn't really think about at the time. Because I wasn't really, like, sure, I knew what the world was, but, like, I didn't really, I had a vague understanding at the time. Keep in mind, this is when I was, like, 5. But it's just kind of funny. Then I still kept watching British YouTubers. Just anything English I would watch, because, and at the time it's mostly either US or British channels. US is big country. Like, I don't know, like, I think I've watched a channel by that guy, but I don't think I've watched that particular channel. I imagine that's probably a channel about, like, Google Maps or Google Street View would be my guess. Or what's the game that you can play related to that? I know there's a website that like uses like Google Street View, and you need to try to figure out where you are in the world. I imagine it's related to that. Yeah, GeoGuessr. I like GeoGuessr videos. I've watched them a few times. They can be pretty funny. I haven't watched a GeoGuessr video in a while, though, probably a year, but I enjoy them when I see them. Because it is pretty interesting, like, to try to figure out where are you based off street signs. The US is a very interesting place. Like, I've only traveled across, technically I've been to like a quarter of the states probably during my lifetime so far, and usually it's just, oh, we're driving through them. Okay, yeah, I don't need to sleep yet. Should probably put some of this stuff away soon. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say which city I'm from. I don't want to dox myself. Not that anybody watches this, but... But anyway, it's like, the US is probably, it's not the largest country in the world, but it technically could be if you consider by livable space. The thing about, like, the second and third largest country, or second and first largest countries in the world, Canada and Russia, is most of their land is uninhabitable due to harsh conditions. Whereas the US, you can pretty much live in almost every bit of it. Even the desert if you want to push it, like... You can live in the desert if you have enough air conditioning. You can't really live in the Arctic. Though, we do have Alaska. Yeah, Russia's the largest country in the world, Canada's second place, the United States is third. But when it comes to livable space, the US is number one. Pretty much all the US is habitable land. Whereas those two countries, it's really just the border that has a lot of population density, and after that it's not much. It's just small population centers. I've been to New York City. I haven't been in a while. Pretty cool place. I think the last time I've been was... I don't know, you just drive past. I've driven past it before. Oh yeah, there's... Why can I not sleep? There's a creeper right there. Let me sleep. What the heck are you doing? Okay, they probably just walked out of a hole. So one visual bug. You might be wondering, why is that creeper charged? It isn't charged. It looks like it is, but it isn't. Basically, because they don't pay attention to classic textures, even though the creeper's texture, to my knowledge, has never changed, they somehow broke it in classic textures, so it just looks charged. So the only way to tell between a charged creeper and a non-charged creeper is if the charge part of it is animated or not. Why can't I sleep? This is getting annoying. So, and to my knowledge, I have never seen a charged creeper in this game. If you knew what my world is like, you think you might realize that's weird, because I've encountered so many skeleton horse riders. Like, it's ridiculous, and those are created when lightning strikes a skeleton. And I've also had a pig struck by lightning to create pigmen. That's happened a few times. So that happened once. So it's kind of ridiculous that I still haven't seen a charged creeper. Probably because I just don't wander around at night much. That's probably why I haven't seen one, but... Why can't... What time is it? That's the annoying thing about rain. I can't tell what time it is. I guess I'll just keep that on me until I need it. I have not. I know where an ancient city is, but I have not been down there because there really just isn't any reason to go down there. Like, sure, maybe a cool looking area, a music disc. That's about it. There's no real good reason to go down there yet. Like, sure, there's that portal-like structure, but it doesn't function if it is a portal yet. So there's no reason to go down there. Well, still, it's like, with my objective, I don't need to go down and get a bunch of golden apples, or like god apples or notch apples. I don't need, or gapples, if you want to use every single name it has. Enchanted golden apples. It's like, I don't need to get those. I already have 2 of them that I've found in dungeon chests, mob spawner chests, over the last few years. Like, I don't need... And they're on my wall. I don't really ever plan on using them. Ow. I thought I was digging over there, I guess not. Yeah, it's like, it takes a lot of prep work. I would love to pacify an ancient city someday. I think that would be awesome. But that would take so long. It would be so... anxiety-inducing. It would be... ridiculous. Come on, I know it's about to be nighttime. Let me sleep. What time is it now? It's probably been about an hour. How long has it been? It has been 59 minutes. So yeah, about an hour. Okay, I should probably still have another hour plus by myself. Maybe 2 hours even. Okay, it's definitely nighttime now. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Thankfully I'm not playing this on hardcore mode, because I'd like to keep my world, thank you. I'm not as good of a player to do that. If I was playing this on hardcore mode, I would have lost this world ages ago. let's see. Can I dig this area out? I don't know why you're specifying Java Bedrock and Pocket Edition when those last two things are the same, but okay. Go as close as possible. Target. Part of me is wondering, like, once I complete my end project, I'm like, do I want to make a new world in Minecraft Console Edition? Which is... oh god. Okay. I don't really want to touch that. Okay, good night. Like, a part of me is wondering if I should do that. It would be cool because barely anyone makes Minecraft Console Edition content anymore. But the thing is, it's like, even though I grew up playing that version to a degree, and I initially played it on PlayStation 4 on Console Edition because Bedrock wasn't a thing on this yet. Are you saying bye to me or bye to him? Bye everyone, there's only 3 people here. Okay, so the lava's down there. Yeah. How about I don't touch that? Yeah, so it's like it would be cool to do a console edition world, but it would just be probably more of the same as I've been doing, but in a less advanced version. Sure, like there's advantages and disadvantages to playing that version of the game. It certainly has a very different feel to it, and it's definitely more optimized. It's less glitchy, but it's not like, I don't know, like when I last played it, after playing this for a long time, it was like, it feels a lot more clunky than I remember it being. Okay, so we're almost done with one double chest. How do I start a server? What do you mean by that? Like a realm? Because I'm playing on Bedrock, so it would be a realm technically. One reason is there's no demand. I have nobody watches my stuff really. And two, it's like I'd have to pay for that, and I don't really want to do that. So I'm perfectly content playing by myself. Like, I've played on multiplayer worlds before, but I don't have PlayStation Plus right now. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that's there. So I can't play multiplayer right now. And I've had fun with multiplayer in the past. But I've come to a part of my life where I'm like, oh, I want to do something for me. So I'm now working on my own thing and not working on someone else's world, because I've never been the host of a multiplayer world, really. I've only just played on other people's worlds. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going over the zombie horse cape earlier. I don't play Minecraft on mobile, not anymore anyway. I haven't played it on mobile in probably a decade. Just because I don't use my phone to play video games. I've never really used my phone for that. I used my iPad for that when I was a kid, but I haven't played mobile games in a very long time. Like some mobile games I played as a kid would be Plants vs Zombies, Plants vs Zombies 2, Plants vs Zombies, Plants, not Plants. I played Pixel Gun 3D. I played Roblox for a short period of time. I was never like super big on it, into it. Like I thought it was nice, but it's cool it's on console now, but I don't really have a need to play that game. It's crazy how much it's changed. Like back then it was such a simple game, very much of its own identity, and now it's like, oh, here's all these, and very simplistic. It's like, here's like Jaws, or here's like natural disaster, or these tycoon games or whatever. But now it's like, oh, here's like a really cool Michael Bay Transformers game made by fans in Roblox. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I could never imagine something like that back then. It was so good that Hasbro decided to take it down. They had to put it back up as a rebranded with brand new characters and whatever. But it's just like, you really couldn't let them have this. It's like, you have Hasbro. You haven't had a good Transformers game come out in like a decade. Oh well. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, did I take out the last of the... Yeah, like I played Clash of Clans, Star Wars Commander, Boom Beach, My Tiny Death Star, if we're gonna go back super long time ago, Star Wars Force Arena, which no longer exists. A lot of those pretty much every single Star Wars game I've named is no longer online anymore. Star Wars, I remember I downloaded Star Wars Uprising, but I never played it. Or I played it like once, but didn't get that far into it. That's another defunct game. Very briefly. I never really made it past the tutorial or whatever. I got it as a Christmas present once. I don't know, it's just not the game for me. some other mobile games. Jetpack Joyride, if we want to go a long time ago. Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, which I played around the time it came out. That game is still online. It's the only Star Wars game I've named that's still active. I hear the lava. I hope it's not over here. Doesn't seem like it. Cool. Okay, there's lava here. Let's just place that there. I remember, oh geez. Okay, here's the lavas. Calm down with your motorcycle. Did you hear that? Who is... I live in an apartment complex, so someone, jeez, that was close. Someone who lives here is going crazy with a motorcycle outside. I don't know why they feel the need to announce that to everybody, that it's like, listen to me have fun on my motorcycle. Oh god. I forgot. I think I'm dead. Oh god. Woo. Jesus. That was close. Especially because I don't have my respawn set because I broke the bed. That would have sent me back to spawn. One thing that's kind of funny, like, I find it funny when I spot a Cybertruck on the street. For such an expensive vehicle, I actually see them not that often, or not super often, but I see them occasionally, and it's just like, it's just so jarring to see one, because it just looks like, why is there so many lava pockets around here? It just looks like a glitch in the Matrix happened and one of the cars on the street went low poly. It looks ridiculous. I've seen silver ones mostly. I've seen a black one once or twice. I think my mom said she saw a blue one recently. It's just kind of funny. Like, I think I saw my first one last year. And it's just like... like, it's very unique, I'll say that. But I'd never want to own one. 'Cause it's just weird. The problem is those are all oak trees. I don't want to take the oak trees down. Where are we at with dirt? once I fill up 2 of these, I should be good to return to the end. I need that. Put that, and that away. Let's make this into sticks. Let's make a few more bits of iron. I'm not going to tear this down. I think it's really cool to see a little oak forest on the top of this mountain. I think it's really cool. Jungle wolf. The interesting thing about them adding all the different wolf variants is now it's even harder to have a sheep farm now, because these guys are just going to want to kill them. Before it's like, oh, wolves are only in like plains, not even plains biomes, like forest biomes, that's it really. Now they're like in everything except plains biomes really. Like they're, even if they're much rarer in certain biomes, it's like they're everywhere. You can't escape them. I guess they're not in deserts either unless you're on like the top of like one of those like savanna hills, but have I ever seen a show from the 70s? I would say so, maybe even the 60s. When I watched Cartoon Network a lot as a kid, a lot of the times I would tune in during rerun hours. So it's when they would air like super old stuff, and some not super duper old, but still not current shows. So like they would run like Ed, Edd and Eddy, Powerpuff Girls. This is before they made the new version of it, which is now like a decade old. Dexter's Laboratory. Stuff like that. But they would also air the Jetsons and the Flintstones, so that's from like the 60s and 70s. And then like I've watched Mobile Suit Gundam, which is from 1979, and it's not... It's a great story, but they definitely could make a remake and I wouldn't complain. Like, a lot of my childhood was 90s stuff. Like either we'd be shown like Bill Nye the Science Guy in school or Magic School Bus, which I don't know if they're still doing that. They might be showing that in school. I mean, they're not continuing that show. Those shows have been over for 30 years now. But it's just like, because even though some of the information in those can be a little out of date now because it's been so long, it's like, are people really making educational content that can rival that? I don't know. Part of me wonders if the double chest I already have is probably good enough. It might be, now that I think about it, but I want to be safe, so I'll fill a double chest in a half, I think. which is basically 3 inventories. So that would be good for 1 trip back with minecart chests. Oh god. Get the bed and sleep. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get away from me. This should be good. Knight Rider? Well, that's more 80s than 70s, I think. That or it's late 70s. They made a Transformer for Knight Rider recently. Relatively recently. Was that either... I think that was late 2024 now I think about it. Pretty cool figure. It's like almost masterpiece size. It's not a generation scale Transformer because it needs to be like... It has like lights and sounds and stuff. So Kit can talk. Looks pretty neat, but I don't know. I don't know if it's still available. It probably is. You can probably still find it. It's not super old. It's probably like $50 or something. What are some other shows from around that period of time I've watched? I've watched Transformers, which is from 1984 to 1987. The weird thing is, like, I usually think, like, oh, 80s shows are really nicely animated, but then I look at Transformers and I'm like, this feels like it's the 70s. Like, sure, it's relatively early 80s, but also it's just cheaply made. The original Transformers and G.I. Joe cartoons, sure, had great voice cast, like, they had great voice actors, but it's like, their animation quality isn't the best. Like, when I think of 80s cartoons, I usually think of, like, later 80s, which are a lot better quality. It's like Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam is really good versus the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Dragon Ball Z is technically, it's technically late 80s. It started in, like, 88, 89. Continued into like 93 or so. Original Dragon Ball is from early 80s, and it looks pretty good still. Like, I don't know, I'm not a big anime guy. Like, the only things I've ever watched are Gundam and Dragon Ball, and a few other things like Pokemon, Digimon. I've watched Popeye. I don't remember it very well, but I did watch it once or twice. When I say that, probably like a few dozen times, but I haven't watched it in a very long time. Just because it's not something that appeals to me that much. And that's like the 50s. It's pretty old. Well, at least the original cartoon, the original comic book for that's based on is pretty old. Like, it's either World War II era or post-war. Like the 50s, early 60s. Maybe even older, now that I think about it. Like, yeah, I do find it interesting to watch animation from so long ago. Like, to think that all animation, up until recently, relatively speaking, was done by hand, which it still is to a degree, like, assuming you don't use AI, which I don't know if any shows do that, I hope not. Like, basically, modern animated TV shows are created by drawing on, like, tablets or using software on computers. But up until like from the early 20th century to maybe even the late 19th to the to about like 2000 or to the really early 21st century, all TV animation, or just animation in general, was created on hand on paper, or by hand on paper. Like, they drew this stuff. This stuff is on paper. I think that's really cool. Like, someone had to draw it on a piece of paper, and then draw pretty much the same drawing, just slightly different position, and do that hundreds upon hundreds of times, and then layer them on top of each other, like back to back to back, to make it look like the character is moving. And they had to do that for everything. Not only do you need a talented set of artists, you need them to dedicate so much time. There's something really fascinating about it, because it's just like, that's art right there. That's true art. Stop motion animation is also very similar. Like, sure, you're not drawing anything, so maybe it's a little less complicated, but it's still pretty dang complicated, because you need to, like, you have a posable figure, and you need to put it in a position, then slightly move it, take a picture, or then take a picture of it, then move it slightly, take a picture again, hundreds upon hundreds of times. So like, I don't know if it's, I don't know if stop motion is less complicated. In some ways it is than traditional animation. In some ways it isn't. Like, they're both very complicated things. But now it's like, stop motion animation isn't very commonly used. Whereas traditional animation still survives, even though it's mostly not hand-drawn anymore. Well, it's still hand-drawn, but you know what I mean, not on paper. There's no physical object there anymore. Because basically, outside of like, maybe like YouTube, like I loved watching stop motion animation as a kid. Like, one of the first videos you'll probably see in the My Favorite Videos playlist #1 is like Lego Star Wars The Force Unleashed stop motion animation. Loved watching that as a kid. Be cool someday if I could ever get around to like trying to do that animation, like recreate it, but instead of Legos it would be with action figures. I think that would be cool, but unfortunately I don't think they would be as expressive as those Legos were. Because even though Legos are extremely simple, it's like, at least when it comes to like Force Unleashed stuff anyway, they might have more movement than the action figures from that period of time would have. Like, one thing that I've had in mind for a very long time, and I recently acquired something that would be a perfect subject to do that with, would be, someday I would like to do an action figure review. Like, I'd love to do those, because I've watched action figure reviews since I was very young. But what most people don't, like, most people just grab it and like show what it can do and stuff like that, but it's like, I would love to combine that with stop motion animation, which is not something that people do that often. I'm sure some people do it. Like, it would extend to showing off the articulation would be used with stop motion, but also be like, oh, I might create like a battle scene or whatever. I would be like, oh, this is a really cool... Like, I recently got an item that would be perfect for it, because it's an item that, to my knowledge, no one has ever reviewed. because it's such an obscure and rare / niche item. And sure, I don't know if that many people would watch it because it's not a subject, it's not related to something that people really care about much anymore. But I still think it'd be cool to do. To shed light on a relatively obscure, cool item. But I probably won't do that for a long time. I've had like these types of ideas. Like I have a sketchbook. Like I got it one for art class in high school, but also I've just always drawn things. I've always liked to draw. And in there, some of the pages are taken up by YouTube channel ideas. So like, oh, be like, if I ever made multiple YouTube channels, this is what I would name them. At this point, I've come to think like, oh, I should probably just keep the same channel and just make content. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't need to have multiple channels when I can't even get one to run well. Yeah, I like a lot of things. Like, one of the first things I collected, as I said earlier, is Jurassic Park. I don't collect much Jurassic Park stuff anymore because at least the new stuff doesn't interest me at all, for the most part. And I've gotten a lot of the stuff from the older lines that I like at this point. So there's not much left for that, for me at this point, that I'd like to get. But then it was like I've collected many things over the years. Then it was Star Wars, which I still collect on occasion. And then, like, currently it's Transformers and Gundam stuff, mostly. Like, I'm trying to balance all three of those. Though it's... like, now it's like I'm running out of space, so I'm not getting as much... To be fair, it's like, I sometimes look at my, like, every few months I make a haul post, which is a picture of, like, all the things I've gotten in the last two and a half months or so. And I list, like, when I got it and stuff like that. And sometimes I'll maybe say, like, write a description, like, oh, this was a really cool find, maybe I got it for this much, or sometimes, I don't usually write how much, but I don't usually get things, if it's, most of the time I'm buying stuff that's old. I'm not buying a lot of the new stuff, because they don't produce a lot of things nowadays that I like. There's a new Star Wars reveal stream tomorrow. I always find those to be interesting because it's just like, Star Wars is such a large brand that odds are you're not going to be pleased by everything they announce, because it's just, there's Star Wars lines have been around for the last 40 plus, close to 50 years now, since 1978. They've been making Star Wars action figures. And a lot of those lines were bulked out, which every Star Wars line in history has been bulked out by a lot of random characters that you probably wouldn't care about. But because Star Wars collectors are so used to getting so many random weirdos, that's what they come to expect, and that's what they like about Star Wars lines, which sure is cool, but not everybody is like that. Like, I'm a very, like, standard Star Wars collector guy. Like, I like clone troopers. I like stormtroopers. I like Jedi. I like Sith. That's about it. Like, I'm not gonna buy random Cantina Patron number 3. That's not the name of any of them, but just an example. Like, I'm not going to buy something like that. But that's often something they'll announce, because there's still a lot of people that do like that. And I'm just like, but I feel like those should be evenly done with figures that I would like, because it's like, what I like is what a lot of people would probably want. Like, the most basic Star Wars collectors would want, and yet they rarely cater to that, which is weird to me. I'm like, how hard is it to make clone troopers? You're just recoloring them and maybe adding a few parts here and there. Literally the cheapest figures you could make. It's weird. Like, sure, you don't want to overuse the mold, I get that. But because of mold degradation. But it's just kind of interesting. It's like I would expect you to make more than like 1 or 2 clone troopers a year. I would expect that. They used to do that, especially before the sequel trilogy, but nowadays it's like maybe you're lucky to get maybe like 2. In each scale, probably. How many clones for Black Series came out last year? We got a new Commander Cody, and we got Clone Lieutenant Gale, which is a really cool figure. That's the only Black Series figure I bought last year was Clone Lieutenant Gale. I don't collect Black Series much anymore. It's just the 6-inch Star Wars figures. I mostly collect 3 3/4 scale because they take up less space. But unfortunately they don't... I don't know if they don't sell as well anymore, or whatever. They have less priority. They probably have less budget, the team working on that. Even though historically Star Wars figures have been 3 3/4 for like 50 years. When you say you like the OG one, what do you mean by that? I did see that you wrote that a while ago, but I didn't really question what that meant. I assume you're still here. The old Star Wars? Like the original trilogy? So like Star Wars episodes 4, 5, and 6? I assume that's what you mean. Pretty much everybody likes those. I don't know why anyone would hate those movies. I'm a big fan of Star Wars the original trilogy, but I also like the prequels a lot. Like, sure, that they're not the best movies in the world, but they're not terrible. Like, I never understood, like, I understood to some degree the hate they got, because it's like, yeah, they're not the best written, but even the original Star Wars was saved. The original Star Wars movie from 1977, if edited a different way, would not be a good movie. Like, test audiences for the original Star Wars and its earlier cut didn't get the greatest reviews because the story was not very coherent. All the same things were there, plus a few extra things they got rid of. But like, Star Wars as Star Wars, the movie, which is later known as Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope. It didn't get that name, I think, until the late VHS releases. Like, apparently, like that movie, like that original movie, was not the best until very late in its production. Like, it was not as well viewed until by test audiences until they re-edited it a few times. Speaking of the original Star Wars, next year is the 50th anniversary of that movie, which is weird to think about because it felt like yesterday to me that movie became 40. But that was 2017, so it has been quite a while. It's weird to think, like, at the time, Black Series did a special, like, retro card release of figures from that original movie on, like, the original Kenner card backs, but, like, 3 times the size. Or, like, 2 times the size. I don't know. Like super upscaled card backs because they're using large figures. And I thought that was really cool. And I was just like, oh, they're probably going to do this for Return of the Jedi and Empire Strikes Back. Not in that order. I don't know why I said Return of the Jedi first. And they did. And at the time, I was like, oh, that's forever from now. They're not going to do Return of the Jedi stuff in this retro style until 2023. That's 6 years from now. That was 3 years ago now, which is weird to think about. Like, it's been 9 years. Or, it's been, yeah, 2017. Yeah, it's been 9 years since then. That's weird to me. Like, it's kind of funny to think about. Another thing I was thinking about last night, I was watching have you ever watched Game Grumps? I imagine you have, because I don't know who hasn't at this point. I started watching a few of the episodes, or rewatching, because I've watched the series multiple times. Their Breath of the Wild playthrough, and I realized, oh wait, this playthrough is going to be 9 years old in 2.5 months or so. And I was just like, Jesus, yeah, Breath of the Wild and the Nintendo Switch came out 9 years ago, pretty soon. Like March 2017. Should probably just put it here. Just so I have my spawn point set, just in case something bad happens. Part of me wonders how this year will go. Only 11 days in. Already some interesting things have happened. I guess we'll see where it goes. Oh yeah, I should make a... I'll go through these 2 shovels. What is your question? Do you not know what those are? Do you not know? It would be weird if you didn't know what those are at this point. I don't know if I'm allowed to explain what that is. You don't live in the US? So why are you asking me this question? To briefly explain it, basically, a bunch of high society people, so very rich, powerful individuals within, who live in the US, and some people from abroad as well, were friends with this one guy named Jeffrey Epstein. He owned an island on, like near the U.S. Virgin Islands, I believe. Somewhere in the Caribbean, whatever you want to call it. And they would host parties there. A type of party I'm not going to describe. Not a very good party. Basically, the things they did at these parties were very criminal in nature. And people want to get justice for the victims of these parties. Supposedly, it is highly possible that the current president of my nation may have been involved in said parties. He was at least definitely a friend of this guy and had been to the island before. Whether or not one of these parties happened the days he was there, I don't know, because that is not out there. That information is not known because it is classified. One thing he said when running for office again was, "Oh, I'll look into those files and release them to the public for the people." If he is on said list, why would he want to do that? I don't know. Obviously, it's like, it was obviously a thing to get votes for, but it's like, obviously people are going to now ask you to do the thing you said you would do. And for a while, initially he was like, yeah, I'll do it, and then he backed out of it. And then they finally did release them, and they said they didn't exist. They do. I don't know if they have the unredacted files. They may have all been redacted at this point. Basically, the files are related to an investigation that took place. It's weird, I can see the body of the sheep through it. That's funny. Basically, it's related to an investigation that was held for many years by the FBI and CIA, I believe, Central Intelligence Agency and Federal Bureau of Investigation, to explain those acronyms. They did finally release the files a few weeks ago, but they were highly redacted, including parts that were definitely of not just the victims as you would normally expect. So they're still hiding things when they said they wouldn't, and that's the problem people have. So it's a big deal, because this could like heavily affect the elites of our nation. And those people are powerful enough to obviously sway the government to not try to release those files from the investigation. And one of those elites that could be affected by it might be the very president himself. I'm not a political person. My dad very much is. He's very much in support of him. I am apolitical, so I don't really care about either. They've blacked out a lot of information that would be helpful to know. Have you seen the paper where, like, like multiple paragraphs are just blacked out. That type of thing. That's like, some of those pages look a lot like just that. Pretty much you can't read anything. So it's not the result people wanted. And it seems very shady. It's an interesting time in US history. I imagine they'll probably teach whatever the outcome of this is, they'll probably teach it in school. Maybe. We'll see where it goes. Like, it is kind of funny to be like, oh yeah, I was not taught about this in school because it hadn't happened yet. Like, it'll be interesting to see what I've experienced will be taught in school later on. What am I doing? Why am I going back here? Hello? So I'm done explaining that. If you want to look into it, you can. I'm sure there's plenty of videos out there going into it. Currently gathering dirt. It's getting a little dark. Ow. What for? Well, the title of the stream and the description would say that, but I'll say it anyway. For the last few months, I've been working on terraforming and making the end dimension livable. And I'm gathering dirt for a cool build that I have planned in the end. I've already terraformed the end island and made a platform underneath it, and now I'm making 2 platforms connected by a bridge to place builds on. You can see what it kind of looked like at the start of the stream. The stream is just gathering the dirt to fill in the last spot I need to fill in. What is burning there? The skeletons. Okay, that is the dangerous part about keeping some of these trees around. They're as I wrote in the description, I have ideas for what I'll build on the platforms. What that will be, like, I have some ideas, but I wouldn't mind being given some more ideas, like, as possible things to build. Basically, obviously I don't get a lot of viewership on these streams. If I ever do, it's usually an anomaly. Oh yeah, this is a tree. I need to be aware of that. But basically, if I did get good viewers, I would probably ask for people to pitch in with ideas. And I plan on having a board of signs that I will add to with those ideas, and each idea will be assigned the username of the person that gave me the idea, and I will eventually pick from that board with some of the ideas and whenever that idea is built, the build will have a sign on it somewhere giving credit to the person who gave me the idea. Just be a cool way to drive engagement, I guess. Wait, why am I trying to mine with a shovel? I don't know if that guy's still here. I don't even know who's still here. But there seems to be one person, potentially. Though I don't know if that's me. Okay. I don't know who that person is. I think I may have seen a comment on them before, from them before, but not a video, but doesn't seem like they're here anymore. Yeah, I'd imagine he probably has a decent amount of subs considering he has a check mark. Yeah, I think the idea board is a cool idea, but it's only really applicable if I get more than like one person to watch this stuff. Would have been a good idea to have when I had like a few hundred people watching a few weeks ago, but I don't know why that happened. I don't even know how many of those accounts are real because it's like only one person would really comment. So once I go through these shovels, I should hopefully have enough dirt to fill in the rest of that area for now. The reason I say for now is because at some point I think I might want to double the size of platform number 2, but that's going to be a long time from now. So instead of it being 100 blocks internally, it would be 200 blocks internally. But that would take a while to do, and I'd rather start building before I do that. So I might save that expansion for later in the year. Oh. Oop. Let's plug that. Okay, maybe just don't mind those. Jeez, so much lava. I guess that is par for the course for the jungle biome. Sorry, Mr. Ocelot. I'm going to have to, if you don't move, you're going to fall into this hole. There you go. A small part of me feels bad for like the habitat destruction I'm doing, but I'm like, they're digital animals, it doesn't matter. I would feel bad if I did this in real life, for sure, but if there's no way for me to produce dirt without doing this, then I have to do this if I want to work on projects like this. Uh... It's kind of crazy to think, like, how long I've been playing this game for and how long I've known about it. Have I played Minecraft Story Mode? No, I have not. I watched videos on it when it came out, and that game is now like a decade old now. But like I remember watching like Dan TDM play through it. And I remember when Minecraft Bedrock became a thing, they released a skin pack for it, but that skin pack no longer exists. It's not available anymore. I don't know if people still have it. If they bought it back in the day, they probably do. But... Or was it free? I know that at least some of the skins in there were free. I don't think the entire thing was, though. I imagine the reason they took it out was because of rights issues, because that game was made by Telltale Games, which went out of business. Kind of. I think they went out of business, then they either restarted the company or someone bought all of its property rights and renamed themselves to Telltale Games again. They made a lot of point-and-click adventure games. That was their main thing, like Walking Dead, Back to the Future, Batman, a bunch of games like that. I think they made a Sam & Max game, if I remember correctly. I know they didn't. That was LucasArts that originally created Sam & Max, but I'm trying to think, or Lucasfilm Games. But I think they bought the license to that eventually. I'm not really the biggest fan of point-and-click games. I think they're fun to watch, but I don't know if they'd be fun to play. Me personally, what the heck was that noise? What did I just hear? What made that noise? It was definitely in the game, but what was it? My only guess would be like maybe an delay or something, but I've never come across one of those. The pig? It's crazy to think how old that game is now. I think it might still be playable, but I don't know. Like, probably never get a sequel. It's a very interesting time capsule of, like, it was cool at the time, but now it's like not many people talk about it anymore. Okay, I'm going to use up all these shovels, and then I think I will go back to the end after this. And then, hopefully, I'll have enough time to place all the dirt before my brother gets back. One funny thing to note is the last stream I did, I think, was ended by the internet going out. Which is fitting for this world, considering it's called the Internet's Out. The whole reason it was created in the first place. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting there's lava here. Need to stop mining over there. Need to mine over here. So yeah, the stream ended. I was pretty much going to end the stream in a few minutes anyway at the time, but the stream ended because my internet went out, which is kind of funny. I do not have a PC. My brother plays on PC, though he doesn't really play Minecraft. In fact, I'm pretty much the only person who plays Minecraft in my family at this point. My brother and sister used to play it when we were younger, but not anymore. My sister doesn't even really play video games anymore. She's too busy with her job. Also just... female gamers are not a common thing anyway. Gaming is still very much a guy-dominated thing. One thing I find kind of funny, like I watch like, let's say like I watch like a news broadcast of like Halo 2's like release, and people were like, this is November of 2004, and people were like, a bunch of guys and about maybe like 10 women have crawled out of their mother's basements tonight to play Halo 2. And it's just like, geez, that's how people thought of gamers back then still? Like, not many people would say something like that only like 6 years later. So it's just kind of funny how much the attitude about gaming has changed over the last 20 years. It's like, sure, like, even when I was a little kid, it's like, gaming was still a semi-nerdy thing. But now it's like, everybody does it. Even back then, everybody, like a lot of people still did it. Like, it's kind of weird to think like, oh, like Five Nights at Freddy's came out 12 years ago as of this October. So 11 years and a few months ago. And it's kind of crazy to think like, oh yeah, this is like one of the, besides Minecraft, which was like the first major big gaming thing I was exposed to, which even back then it was like, oh, it just, it looked like a fun game, so a lot of people played it. It wasn't until like a year or two after I became aware of Minecraft that like you got like Minecraft parody songs and stuff like that. That didn't happen until like I was already aware of what Minecraft was. But Five Nights at Freddy's was another big thing. But like most people, unlike like Minecraft, pretty much everyone's playing Minecraft. It's the best-selling game of all time. That's not a joke. It's not an exaggeration, I should say. So anybody who like grew up listening to like Minecraft parody songs or whatever has probably played Minecraft. But like, there's a lot of, like, the FNAF community is very interesting because a good amount of it is probably people who've never even played the games. They just watched like other people play it, or they've watched theory videos on it. Because, like, I'm one of those people. I've never played Five Nights at Freddy's. I've watched people play it, and I've watched game theory videos and other theorists talk about it for most of, like, half my life at this point. A little over half my life now, actually. It's just kind of interesting to think about it. I think the first thing I probably ever saw about the game was the very first game theory video on the game, which is very interesting. Like, it's a very interesting video. I don't know if it was the first ever game theory video I watched. If it was, I watched pretty much all of his other stuff after that. Probably before the first FNAF 2 video by him came out. Because like I love game theory for all his stuff. Though I don't watch him as much anymore. Especially when it's like, it's not even MatPat anymore, so I don't mind the new guy, I think he's cool, but it's just like, I really liked MatPat though. I thought he was hilarious. I don't know if I can get behind the new guy as much. Plus there's so many other FNAF guys out there now that were inspired by game theory that it's just like, it's interesting to hear other people's perspectives on the franchise now, I think. Like, Unwithered Truth is a great FNAF channel. I love watching his stuff. Even though he doesn't make that many things, but he makes really good videos. Like, I recently saw, when I say recently, probably the last month, I saw a video going over the topic of the first game theory FNAF video, which is a completely understandable video for its time. Basically, because when the first FNAF game theory video came out, it was just the first game and nothing else. It's like all he had to go off of was what Phone Guy says, and the newspapers, and comments by the dev, Scott Cawthon. So it's like him thinking, oh, was this... It's not really a theory. Like, I guess it kind of was, but it's like... It was more just... Was this game inspired by this incident that happened in the Chuck E. Cheese in 1993? And I recently watched a really good video, expertly made. I loved it. It was so good. To the point where I even commented on it. Like, I rarely comment on videos. And sure, when I comment on videos, a lot of the times they're very similar types of comments. Like, oh, but it was like, oh, this is easily one of the best videos I've seen in a long time. And sure, I bet I've written something like that as a comment before on something else, but usually I say that like months and months apart. And it was that good, and it was like, was game theory correct with this? Because even though a lot of people try to to ignore that because it has nothing to do with the franchise really, and of course it doesn't have anything to do with the franchise, but it doesn't matter if it has nothing to do with the lore. Is it still the truth though? Was this game was inspired by this? And it very much is possible. Like, it's still very possible that is the case. So MatPat could have been right. Of course, Scott's never going to say yes. But to be fair, I don't think he's ever answered that question directly. Because I don't know if anyone's asked him that. And if he has, he's never directly said yes or no. But I wish I could find it. I'll probably look at it. I'll search it in a second. I need to go back to bed. To bed. Like, he brought up a lot of really cool things. Like, oh, they may have hinted at that being the case, kind of, in one of the Fazbear Frights book stories. They may have what's another good one? Because it was about that Fazbear Frights story was, unlike the other stories in those books, it was taken in from perspective of a universe where FNAF is a game. It's not a very much a universe like our own. And it's from the perspective of a girl who had her brother die or whatever, and she's a member of like a forum talking about FNAF and theorizing about it, and she wonders, is the game based on a real life story, kind of, or inspired by a real life tragedy? And she looks into it and finds something that could point to that, and she investigates it herself, like through like the source code or whatever. She finds a clue that might point to that, and then she investigates that lead and whatever, and that's where the story goes. And it's like, and eventually even more circumstantial evidence besides the fact, oh, it's a character in a FNAF book from a universe where FNAF is just a game and has nothing to, and there was never in this universe a real Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. That's not a real brand. Never was in this universe from this particular story. But there was this other similar place that she's drawn to because of this weird image she found in the source code for one of the games. I forget which one she said, which one it was. Doesn't really matter. Like, she finds like an image, like a very distorted image of this place that did exist in our universe, that did have a child go missing or whatever. I'm not going to spoil it because it's a really good video. It's a really cool story. But one thing that there's a character, the child, she eventually learns that the child that went missing was named Bobby, and that is connected to the true real life story of the Chuck E. Cheese incident, because the only guy that lived through that was named Bobby. So you have the connection of, oh, it's very much, it's a FNAF story about, is FNAF based on a true story, or inspired by a true story, I should say. Inspired, not based on, because those are two different things. And there's a character named Bobby, who is one of the, well, in this case, is the incident, the person affected by the incident, where in the real life story there was 5 people, but in the real life story there was also one person, and the only person who didn't die was named Bobby. So it's very interesting to think about that. They go over a bunch of movies as well, like other stories, like, is it right to make a series or something based on a real life incident? And he argues it is, depending on how it's done. Like, it is okay depending on how you do it. And Scott Cawthon is definitely the type of person that would be very good at, like, because like a lot of things are based off, pretty much everything is based off a true story in some degree. So like for instance, like horror icons like Nightmare on Elm Street or Texas Chainsaw Massacre are both inspired somewhat by real events. Inspired is the key phrase there, not based on, because based on is very much more, oh, you're retelling it. So like, let's say the TV show about Jeffrey Dahmer, that's based on a true story, whereas Nightmare on Elm Street is inspired by a true story, but not based on one at all. It's just they're taking the same themes from the real story. I don't know if anyone's still here. Haven't had a comment in a while, but doesn't matter. Still gonna talk anyway. Right, let's try to find that video. Yeah, was FNAF based on a true story? Question mark. By 1000 Dumplings. It's a video that came out 4 weeks ago as of now, and it's an hour and 4 minutes, and 41 seconds long. It currently has 294,000 views. It is very much worth a watch because it's a very, very interesting video. I love it. It's one of my favorite FNAF videos I've seen in forever. Another really cool thing, like when they bring up the, is it right to do a movie or whatever based on a, like truly based on a true story? Because like I have no problem with inspired by it, because it's like, it's not, you're not actually trying to depict this. You're just taking elements from something. Inspiration is not a problem to me. And neither is basing it truly on a true story, like retelling it if you do it correctly. And another cool example he gives with the based on direction is a Korean film, which is based on a murder investigation into a series of murders that took place in South Korea in the 70s and 80s, I believe, or maybe the 80s and 90s, like mid 80s, early 90s, something like that. And basically, this movie came out 2015, I think, and it ends, like, the movie's about how this investigation into this serial killer was a failure because of like corruption and meddling and stuff like that, and just not doing their job correctly. And this is 100% a true story. And the movie ends with you follow the detective or whatever, who's supposed to be like the main detective of this investigation. And at the end of the movie, after decades after the investigation was called off, you see him go back to the site of where it began, of where they found the first dead person, first victim. And there's a little girl there who, this happened in like farmland or whatever, or at least it did in the movie. I don't know if it did in real life. And the girl sees him there, and obviously she lives around here, and she tells him, oh, there was another man who came here pretty recently and looked in this exact same spot, or whatever. Obviously, it's implied that the person she saw was the killer who came back to the site after all this time. And the movie ends with the investigator or whatever looking into, like, breaking the fourth wall and looking into, like, looking at the screen of, so pretty much looking at the audience watching the movie either on their TV or in the theater, pretty much implying like, oh, like he could be looking at the killer right now, because at the time this killer wasn't found. This killer was still out there. Fast forward a few years, they finally do catch this killer after the movie came out. So this is not in the movie. They did eventually catch this killer a few short years after the movie came out. And they did ask, did you see this? And he said, yes, I did see it. Because of course he watched a movie about himself, about crimes he committed. And they asked him, like, how did that ending make you feel? And he said something like, it didn't make me feel anything or whatever. Like, it's supposed to make him feel like scared or something, because obviously it's supposed to imply like you're being looked at. Like that ending scene was for the killer, because they had a feeling he'd probably watch this. If he's still alive, he's probably going to watch a movie about his stuff. But they found him through DNA, I believe, is how they eventually located him. Like DNA he left behind eventually was sequenced and they found him. Pretty sure South Korea nowadays has pretty high, like, security. So I can't imagine it would be that difficult to find that type of person now, but it was really, but it's like, who knows if he's actually lying. Obviously this guy's a murderer, so he could be 100% telling the truth and he just is a psychopath. But like, he'd either be lying that he didn't feel anything at that scene or whatever, but it's just very interesting. That's such a interesting and cool concept for a movie. And that's an example he gave on how to base something on a true story and do it right. And I was like, that's awesome. That's really cool. I'll use up this shovel and then it'll go back. Oops. Yeah, I don't really want to go that way. How much further can I go this way? A pretty decent distance. Okay, good night. Is there someone else here? There's 4 people. Hello. It's weird. Oh, yeah, now it says there's 4 people. Weird. It said only 2 earlier. What do you mean I'll never guess who? Is this somebody I know? What are you doing here after all this time? If that really is you, I haven't talked to you in like 4 years. You doing okay? I think the last time I talked to you was probably when I was like 16 or something. Okay, I guess I'll mine these last 3 bits. Time to bring this back to the end. Didn't think I played games much? I've been playing on PS4 consistently all this time. I'm online most days, I just don't play that many games. I only play Minecraft, Fortnite on occasion, not as much anymore, especially since they got rid of Team Rumble, which is the game mode I played the most. And Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation 2, which is probably the game I played the most outside of Minecraft. That's about it, at least at the moment. Still play Battlefront on occasion, but at the moment I don't have PS Plus since it ran out and I haven't renewed it yet, so... Oh. That's fair. Because of that, I still have a PS4, so I can't really buy the newest games. So I rarely play with anyone anymore. What time is it? I'm not talking about real life, I'm talking about in the game because it's raining, so I can't see what time it is. Let's put this back here. Let's put this here. What's my objective? Currently, I am building a base in the end dimension. And I'm terraforming it and adding dirt and grass and stuff. I already did a good chunk of it, like, I already terraformed the entirety of the main end island. I'm now building stuff around it. Okay, so there's still a good amount of time left in the day. I should be able to get all this dirt in here before that. This isn't my latest solo world, so all this stuff I've done myself. Why are you in here? Just mass spamming of the triangle button is what you're hearing probably right now. I knew he was gonna do that. Are you kidding me? Go back in there. I'll just put that back. So you can see this is all stuff I've dug out. This is my digging out area, so like there's a ton of sandstone and stuff exposed over there, and terracotta because there's a badlands over there as well. All this has been dug out by me with iron shovels, without beacons, because I haven't even to this day killed the wither. I don't even have shulker boxes. I haven't gotten out to go to an end city, not in this world anyway. And it's raining again. Or I guess it's still raining actually now I think about it, because obviously that doesn't rain in the savanna biome. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Let's see here. So hopefully I should still have time to gather all this stuff and bring it into the nether. This should be enough to fill in the last bit I need to fill in. What time is it? I wish I could see the sun, because I don't know. I probably, you know what? I'll get rid of these melons, which I do have a melon farm over there to feed myself, right there. Let's put these melons here and grab this. When was the last time I played Battlefront 2? Last summer. I don't know if you paid attention to that game, but last summer it had a big resurgence. A ton of people were playing it because a big community member called to action because people want a third game. So for a good month or two, tons of people were playing it. Every single game mode was playable. I made a bunch of videos on it at the time. I played for a whole week. Each day I played every game mode and made videos on them. Well, at least one game mode every day, so I made 7 videos for 1 week. Even Hero Starfighters of all dang game modes was playable. I did release a video with some clips of that, but I only played it like 1 round because it isn't very fun. I don't know why the devs thought that was a good idea. Like, sure, if you want to level up Hero Starfight, like hero ships, I get it, because it's like heroes versus villains for hero ships, but it's so annoying and not fun. Where did the chicken go? You go down the tunnel? Maybe he left the nether. Wait, why am I putting them in here? Who plays it indeed? Like, I like somehow, like, it didn't take that long to get around of it, and I did actually do pretty decently with it, but all it takes is one annoying enemy, and it's just all over. Like, it's so difficult. Like, I could only stomach 1 round, and I did okay with the 1 round because I played as Slave 1 and destroyed everybody with seismic charges. Which is pretty, like, near the very beginning, I would shoot the enemy hero ship with, like, the ion blasters, so it would stun them for a little bit. Then I'd drop the the seismic charge, and it would kill, like, 2 of the 4 hero ships. And I did that for a few of the rounds of the match, and it was so funny. But it's just, like, in general, it's like, I'd rather play Starfighter Assault instead, because that's at least fun. Even though eventually it gets boring because you just play the same maps over and over again. Like, before I played it during the summer, I only played it for a few weeks and then I stopped playing it. I wouldn't mind playing it again, but I can only take that game every... Like, I need to take large breaks because I played it for so dang long, for such a long period of time without anything new, and I've already earned all the cosmetics I wanted, so it's just like, I love that game to bits, don't get me wrong, but for both Battlefront 1 and 2, which I'm max level in both those games, it's like I don't have anything to do anymore. Well, Battlefront 1 I still have some things to unlock, like guns and stuff, but that's almost impossible because that game rarely has enough of an active player base. Like, a few weeks ago, like late November, it did have a brief resurgence, I think, for its 10th anniversary. That game became 10 last year, in November. But I was like, do I really... I didn't have PS Plus, so I'm like, do I want to buy it? Like, my PS Plus expired because apparently we had like card issues like in 2024, so it was changed to a different card or something. So it didn't renew it automatically because it didn't have the right information. So it was just like, oh well, it's not like I was using it much anyway. Barely anyone asks me to play anything now that requires it. Minecraft being one of them. So I can't play multiplayer in Minecraft anymore, at least not right now. But I can play Fortnite or GBO2 because those are free-to-play games, so you don't need PS Plus to play those games. Which I find funny. I'm like, how about you just... Like, that's what it was like on PS3. Every single game was... you you didn't need to pay online to play. PS Plus on PS3 was one, something I think they introduced a little later, and two, it was something that was like, it was only like, oh, you get discounts on games, and you get a few free games a month, type of thing. That's what it was on PS3. I never even knew it existed. Where on PS4 and 5, it's 100% mandatory for most games. It's just like, like, I kind of wish I could do more. Like, it is kind of funny. Like, I still check on the group chat with all those other guys. I rarely talk to them anymore. I just look in there and I'm just like, what the heck are they talking about? Like, I see the most random and... What the heck did I just hear? It's not sand, is it? There's no sand in here. Okay. I really hope there isn't a chicken somewhere down there. So this is what I do after I get a good haul of dirt. Do you remember those guys that I used to play with all the time? Who are now, like, they're younger than me, but now it's not as weird anymore because they're like in their teens now. But still, it's like I'm almost 21, so it's a bit weird still. I'm the type of guy who doesn't reach out to play. I'm usually the guy that's like, oh, if someone wants to play, they can ask me, but if possible. But so it's like, it's not like I've had that many opportunities to meet new people to play with. Okay, that should be good. I got a random friend request just now. How much more dirt? Okay, I should probably deposit some of this in here so I can grab this. That. Oh yeah, but why do I have this dang bed? I don't need this bed. Let's put that in here, I guess, and replace that. I just need the bread. And then I go and push this for about 1,800 blocks. Until I get to spawn. But, anyway. I don't stream anywhere near as much as I used to. Nowadays, I mostly just make videos on my own. I don't... With Share Factory. They do okay sometimes. It's completely understandable that they don't get that many views most of the time, because it's like, they're not the best. Like, there's plenty of other good stuff out there. I think the gameplay on some of my videos can be good sometimes, but the editing is always so super simplistic. It's just like, oh, add a kill counter. Have it be cut in places. If it's for like Gundam or whatever, have like mobile suit information at the start. Add bonus clips. Stuff like that. Try to make an interesting thumbnail, even though it's kind of hard to do with that limiting of a editing software. Let's see. I don't know if you're still here. Because it just doesn't really tell me how many people are here. It says 1, but I'm like, I don't know if that's me or if that's somebody else. Because this should be enough dirt to complete this stage of the project. I would be down with that. Because I've been working on this project for so long at this point. I've been working on it for a few months now. And I've been working on this world as a whole for the last year and a half. Jeez, this music's loud. I don't think you've probably not seen this world, I imagine. One funny thing about this world is it's... one thing I find funny about this world is sometimes I say it's cursed. Because I've had a lot of weird things happen to me in this world. I assume you're aware of skeleton horse riders and how they work, right? Basically, a skeleton has to get struck by lightning during a thunderstorm, and then 4 skeleton horse riders are created that way. Yeah, that's supposed to be a rare process, right? That's supposed to be a rare thing? It's not in this world, apparently. Because it's happened to me, like, over 10 times. It's happened to me, like, a dozen times, I feel like, at this point. Like, you'll quickly see some of them. Because I have a pen in the front of my first overworld base. Just full of them. And it's even happened in weird ways. Like, sometimes I've had them spawn underwater. And I'm like, how did you spawn here? One, I doubt there was a skeleton at the bottom of the ocean that got struck by lightning. And 2, I don't even remember seeing a skeleton. So it's just like, it's happened to me like 3 times where they've spawned underwater. It is bizarre. It's so weird. It's so strange. I'll show you it. Like, if I pause my dirt delivery for a few minutes, I'll show you an example of that. Along with a few of the other cool things I've built in this world, though I don't know if you want to hang around for a full tour. Because I've done tours of this world multiple times on these live streams. Not that many people watch it. Usually I get like maybe like 1 or 2 people at a time. And then maybe like I'll get like 10, 12, 20 views on the stream or something. Though a few months, like a month or 2 ago, I got like 100+ people in here once, and I was like, why did this happen? And the weirdest part about it was only like 1 person commented during that entire period. At least the nice thing about these streams is whenever someone shows up, sometimes they're chatty with me, so I get to actually have a decently length conversation. Like, yeah, that stream, in the end, like total, it had like 300 views. And I don't remember how many people showed up in total, like 160 or something during when it was live. It was weird. But nobody said anything. Except for like 1 person, so I was like, what the heck is the deal? I haven't had a stream like this in like 5 years. So it was like, sure, I don't stream as much anymore, like, until a few months ago I hadn't streamed in like a year. Since then I've streamed probably 6 times. So maybe like 2 streams a month. This is such a boring process. It's just keep on going. I wouldn't have to do this if I had shulker boxes, but I'm stubborn and want to do it without it. Thankfully, I don't have to do this for stone. I can just use a cobblestone generator. But this is annoying. I usually do this type of stuff off camera because it's just tedious. I usually like, if I do a stream, it's for the start of a project and the end of a project. Everything in between that is community post about like progress updates. That's it. Like I'll show it through pictures. Like it's not, or maybe a 8x speed video here or there, where I use Share Factory to speed up the footage, so what would be like 8 hours long is only an hour. But yeah, there's a cool view right there. Uh-oh. Keep going. Okay. It's pretty neat. It's the only window in this whole gigantic tunnel, because I thought that was cool. You actually intersect with there's another fortress on this tunnel. We've already passed it like halfway through. It's kind of funny. I didn't know that was there. The light at the end of the tunnel is only 300 blocks away. It's so ridiculous how long this tunnel is. But at least it's like 8 times that length in the overworld. So like what's 100, like 1,800 blocks in the nether is like 1,400 blocks in the, or not 1,400, 14,000 blocks in the overworld, so it's worth it. It's just takes forever. It takes so long. So what am I doing right now? Well, I'm pushing dirt, and I'll put it at the collection point. So I'll put it in, there's 2 double chests at the end of this railway, which you'll see in a few seconds because we're about there. I think it might already be in render distance. Should be, considering it's only like 20 blocks from here. Yeah, 2 double chests. Get back there. Stay. So I put it in here. Probably should have kept the sword. Then I take it out of here. Oops, didn't need to do that. It'd be easier just to do this. I'll come back for these in a few minutes, because obviously I need to do a tour now. Then this way, just spamming. You can probably hear it through the mic. This is the weird thing. Like, that's the thing about wearing a headset. I don't remember how expensive this headset was. I've gone through a few headsets over the years at this point. I think this was my spare one. I used to have, like, one I would use and then I had a spare waiting, and now this is my spare, since the one I used for a long time finally broke down. So this is the overworld, or the spawn base. This is completely lit up, so it should be safe to walk around. So we have a Minecraft sign reminiscent of the old tutorial worlds over there. It seems that the sun's going to rise in a second. my spawn base is in this hill. Let's see, where's a good position to see the sun? It's not exactly like the tutorial world sign because it's like flat. It's like where the old tutorial world sign was like three-dimensional. It had enough space to have a nether portal in there. I haven't done that yet. I might do that someday, but it's just, and I think it was double-sided as well. But that one's it's pretty much just the black layer and then the cobblestone on the front of it. So here's my no internet dinosaur pixel art. You know, the game on like Google. The reason this is here, he's like the world mascot because I created this world one day because my internet was out for a few hours. So I was like, I have no other game to play, so I might as well play Minecraft. And I started a new world when the internet service provider was messed up or something. Like they had like an outage or something that day. So it's not like I could just unplug the router, plug it back in. So the world is actually named Internet's Out as well because I named it after the situation. So he's the mascot. And when I talked about, you may have seen him just there a second ago. When I talked about the skeleton horses, I mean it. What the heck is this? This is only like half of them. Most of these are named with skeleton puns. This one isn't. I didn't even put him in there. He walked in there because like the latest batch that spawned on land, I didn't even bother to bring in the pen. And he eventually just walked in here. Like he probably walked here and then walked over somehow and got in there. I did not put him in there. This pen was originally a sheep pen, but once they added the jungle wolves, they all died. So it's kind of fitting that this pen is now occupied by undead things. So, and then I put these jack-o'-lanterns here. Let's see if I can find some of the stupid names. We have Skeletor from Masters of the Universe. This one's unnamed, so that's one of the newer ones. We have Jack Skellington. We have Spooky. We have Scary. We have Funny Bone. Doot. Is that it? Rattled. And Spare Ribs. Those are the first set. Like that's like the first 2 batches I had. It's like the first 8 are the ones in there. Here's some brown pandas. I've had, because I live in a jungle, I've seen plenty of those. Over here is a jungle village I made because jungle villages don't exist. But jungle villagers do. You can only get them through either breeding villagers in jungles or treating zombie villagers. So these are all jungle villagers. I think I got these guys through, I cured 2 villagers, zombie villagers that spawned in the jungle, and I made a village for them. And they eventually grew in population. This is the house with all the beds in it. And then that's the house with all the workstations. I haven't traded with any of these guys. I just thought it'd be cool to build. This pig pen here, these aren't the first pigs to be in this pen. The first ones got struck by lightning, so I had 4 zombie pigmen in here once, and it scared all the villagers. So as much as I wanted to keep them, I had to get rid of them, unfortunately. So that was kind of funny. In here is a cool library that I made. There's a hidden secret behind these 2 blocks. I would show it to you, but I don't have a pickaxe, so I can't right now. I might as well show you the lighthouse. This lighthouse is functional, though it's very impractical, because it stops working once you leave simulation distance. Basically, there's this lever. Flip it once, then you flip it again, and then you flip it again, I think. Alright. That should be good. It's a little confusing. But you can see, it works, which is pretty cool. I found a tutorial for that, in case you're wondering. I'm not that good at redstone. It's pretty much observers with like redstone in between it, on top of 2 sets of redstone lamps. It's the only use of redstone lamps I've made in this world. I should probably get rid of this wheat, I don't need it. So yeah, like, I don't know if it's still active, but if I get this far, it'll start bugging out, like it'll be laggy or something, and eventually it'll just shut off. Like it might freeze. If it's still on, which it might be, you can see it might be still on, the light's on, but it's not moving anymore, and eventually it'll just shut off. Or if it's in this laggy state and if I get close again, it'll work again. You can see, yeah, the light's on, but it's not moving. It'll start working again when I get close enough. Or it'll shut off, I forget which. But eventually it'll just shut off in general. Yeah, I think it's off now. So, it's not very functional, but it's cool. So you can see the Minecraft sign up there. I made a diagonal bridge. It looks janky, but you can't really make diagonal stuff in Minecraft look good, so... This is a natural island. I made a tree house. This is where I used to fish. And I would leave by the diving board. Oh yeah, this is the other redstone lamp I've made. There's a daylight sensor here, which initially was meant to work and beyond when it would become nighttime, but because it's under a leaf, it's always on, which is kind of funny. And then, let's see. And then on the other side of the island, I call this place Turtle Island, because this is where I got my turtle shell helmets from. This is all blocked off because I didn't want mobs to enter the beach. Over time though, they've all shoved themselves in the corner. I don't know why they did this. I haven't needed to make a turtle shell helmet in a while. But yeah, so it's really weird. And then, oh yeah, here's this. Probably the first major project I worked on. Why did they do that? They want to go to another source of water. Okay. Yeah, so this is the copper creeper. It's like the Colossus of Rhodes, or in a more modern example, the Statue of Liberty. It's hollow, so if I mined into these legs, they'd be empty. If I mined into the body, it'd be empty. But I built this with standard copper blocks, not oxidized yet. And I didn't know how oxidization worked, so I sat here in a boat waiting forever for these things to oxidize. It took a very long time, but I did take cool photos during the process and uploaded them as pictures, so that was kind of neat though. But it was annoying. Oh yeah, and then there's that. But we'll talk about that later. Basically, oxidization goes faster for whatever reason. I don't know why. When they're spread out. So, like, let's say you have an open field. When you have an open field, you place all the individual copper blocks, like maybe 8 blocks away from each other, and they will age quicker that way. They don't age as fast if they're in a structure or like clumped together. It's very strange. I didn't learn that until later, and either way, it's like I'm much happier with the way I did it because I got to see it age, even though it took forever, and I got to take cool pictures of that process. Oh yeah, this is my base. All these blast furnaces are because of the copper blocks. I'm pretty sure. I think that's why I built these. It's the only thing that makes sense. A bunch of gold, a bunch of diamonds. I got these through a fortune. Like so much gold, my god. All these bricks are from Lush Cave. I mined a ton of clay. Just nice, compact. Here's a god apple, or notch apple, or gapple, or golden apple, enchanted golden apple, whatever you want to call it. Pumpkins, stuff like that. I actually have one funny thing. So down here, so this hill was already here. Then I mined into it on my first night, and this became my base. I kept going down, and eventually I got to a cave. Yeah, here's a map. This is the first ever map art wall I made. When I did this, I got an achievement, which was funny. So you can see there's my iron farm, my sheep farm. This was used to transport villagers up to the iron farm. This is a set of tons of stone slabs, or cobblestone slabs, because for whatever reason the iron golems wanted to spawn over there instead of in there. So I had to prevent them from spawning. That's a way to access the villagers underneath the iron farm. That's a way to get to the iron farm. And that's a tree farm over there. Oh yeah, and then there's this that roller coaster that leads to a mine shaft I found. It's not really necessary or important, it just looks cool. Enchantment setup number 1. I have 3 enchantment setups in this world. This is my storage room. This side's supposed to be organized. This side isn't. It's mostly just from fishing. Lava farm. This is lava farm 1 of 4. I have 1 here, 1 in the other base, 1 in the underwater base, which we'll see later, and 1 in the end. Oh yeah, the cave. I was going to talk about that. So that cave goes on for a long time. In this cave, basically how it works, you have dripstone here. There's lava above this, and it will, as long as there's lava above dripstone, it will drip lava from the stalactites, and it will fill up these cauldrons. I use these as super fuel, so I don't need to use anything else to fuel the furnaces. Here's some cave, or some strip mines. Anyway, so here's the cave. This goes on for a long time, so I'm not going to go through it. But another weird thing, there's a geode there actually, and that's kind of funny. I didn't mine much of this out, this is just how big it was at the entrance, and it just keeps going. Basically, eventually I found 3 or 4 mob spawners down there, so I got all 3 of the music discs you can get from that, which are, I think, Other Side, Cat, and 13. I don't use 13 because it's just a scary music disc. I don't want to listen to that. I keep saying Why do I keep doing that? I guess we'll go over to the why do I keep doing it? To the sheep farm. Because I had to move them over here. Because the wolves eventually could now spawn in the jungle. They couldn't when I made the world, so eventually they got to the sheep, so I had to put them in the plains biome. Oh yeah, these guys. These guys came from the jungle all the way up the hill to attack these chickens, but they can't kill them. How many ocelots is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7? Like, the border of the biome is down there. You can see it in the grass. They walked up here. Why? I don't know. It's not even the furthest I've seen them go. I've seen a... There's the iron farm at work. I've seen, like, them spawn, or I've seen them over there, which means they walked that far. They've walked, like, that way. I don't even know how they did it. By the way, my spawn point, I think, is around here somewhere, I think. I think that's roughly where I spawned. So here is the lava farm, or the iron farm. This chest used to all be iron blocks here. I converted it all to iron blocks. And you can see how much iron blocks I've used by leaving only 1 in each of these spots during the construction of many of my projects. I don't go mining for materials to build tools because I just use the iron farm. Here's the tree farm. I have a bunch of jungle trees, and then 1 of every other tree, except I don't have the pale garden tree because I made this before that existed. I know where 1 is, but I don't really feel like expanding it. And I got these trees at the time by trading with villagers. I later did find a mangrove swamp, but that's near where the stronghold is. So here's one of my largest projects. Yeah, I did that. I did this. This took about a week of non-stop play because I have no life. And this is why I needed to mine all the sand in the desert. When I showed this to that friend group I mentioned earlier, one of them called it a domain expansion from Jujutsu Kaisen, which I have not watched, but I've been told that's what it's from. Hello. we're getting to the tour part. Eventually, after I finish this tour, I will be bringing the dirt to the end, as I say in the description. So the entrance, crouch on the way down, and exit, because you don't want to get hurt. So yeah, more skeleton horses. This is one of two sets that spawn down here. We have Papyrus and Sans, because I had to eventually name skeleton horses after Undertale characters, because I've encountered so many. And here we will see the first of the weird ones. Can I spot him? Where is he? He should be down here somewhere. I probably passed him. Where is he? I think he's right here, isn't he? If he's even still out here. I bet he is. Where'd you go? There he is. Yeah. They spawned at the bottom of the ocean. As usual, there was a set of 4 of them with this guy. Eventually, besides this one, they've wandered off, so they're out there somewhere. But I don't flipping know. I don't know how this guy got here. And this wasn't the only set of them to do this. I don't know how it happened. I don't even know how those ones got here. This place was lit up already. I didn't see a skeleton spawn. So I have no idea how these got here. I have a video of it. I have video evidence of me encountering these. It's weird. Oh, I almost just walked face first into a cactus. So this ocean monument is drained on the outside, but not the inside. So the guardians can still be seen in there on occasion. Another weird thing about this particular ocean monument. There's supposed to be 3 Elder Guardians. This one only had 1. I don't know why. This ocean monument had a single Elder Guardian, and that's it. It's so weird. I don't know how it happened. It just did. There was just only 1. It was a weird bug in the generation, I guess. See, I made this into a mushroom fields biome. I do have a portal to a mushroom fields biome, and that's where I got the mycelium from. It's in the middle of the Arctic, like it's in the middle of an iceberg area. Like it's just in mushroom fields in the middle of a Arctic Ocean, surrounded by icebergs. I placed a few mushrooms and then they automatically spread like breeding rabbits. They're everywhere. Pretty sure I don't think I've been to a taiga biome yet. Wait a minute, did I just... Do I not have a way out of here? No, I do. Okay, good. It's like, am I stuck? Oh yeah, this predates these flower things. Oops, I didn't mean to break that. But they will spawn on pre-existing cacti. So let's go. Oh yeah, I have a way up from there, but I'm not going to do that. Let's see, for the tour, I'll probably show off the underwater base, which I mentioned earlier, and maybe base number 2, and then I will go to the end. I don't know if, like, usually these tours are so long that whoever I'm giving the tour to never gets to see the end of it. Because there's, like, I don't know, I wouldn't say there's that much stuff. It just takes a long time to walk around here. Like, I wouldn't say there's that many things, it's just long distances. I have my old school beacon as always. Just a gigantic pole of cobblestone with a million torches on it. I only have the achievement for creating a beacon because I was there when you did it in one of your worlds. That's the only reason I have that achievement. I do actually have a platinum trophy in Minecraft, but it's only for like the base game achievements. There's still so many sub-tiers of achievements that I haven't done. It's the only game I have a platinum trophy for. Battlefront 2 is the next game I have the closest for a platinum trophy. I'm only missing like one multiplayer achievement and then some achievements for the campaign that I just don't want to do. One thing I find kind of interesting, did you know that people, like, Minecraft players only have access to the Editions button if they played the game before that version became Bedrock Edition? So, like, I have access to the Editions button, so I can go back to Minecraft PS4 Edition if I want to. But people who bought the game on PS4 after it became Bedrock, don't have that. It's like a veteran thing only, which I find interesting. I remember one of the people in the friend group apparently had like their Minecraft account mess up or something, so they lost access to that, and they were sad about it. Which I'm just like, it's not like any of us are playing on that version anyway. But the problem is, like, after I complete what I want to do with this world, which is not going to be for another like year or so, it's like, do I want to make another world like this but on that? But I was like, is it really worth it? I don't really think so. As interesting as that version is, it definitely has some advantages. Like, it's not as buggy, like you don't get like this weird jitteriness sometimes. It's just, I don't know, it feels weird playing it after I played this version for so long. So here's the underwater base. Kind of glossed over that. I don't know if I'll go to these nature domes because there's really nothing in them. You can see what's in them from here. So these are some cool underwater domes I built. There's just 7 trees, so there's 6 trees surrounding a big tree down there. And then there's a bunch of trees surrounding a cool little wooden tower where like a park ranger or something would use. So I might not go down there to save time on the tour. And then down here, so that's station 1, that's station 2, and then we have the main underwater base here and the research dome, or the Arctic dome. And that's what I will be showing off. Then after that, we'll go to base number 2, which is that way, but I'll go to it through the nether. Everyone says, should I make a nether portal down here so I can access the underwater base through the nether? It's kind of unnecessary, but I wonder if I should do that. I always find it funny when like games have like veteran mechanics. So like one thing I thought was interesting that I learned after a while was, so the only reason I play Save the World in Fortnite today is to do my daily missions to get V-Bucks. But apparently, like, sure, people who buy Save the World now still get daily missions. So you can see there's the nature domes, and here is to Station 2. Apparently, they get daily missions, but they don't give V-Bucks. That's only a Founders thing, which is weird to me. But I was like, okay. I don't even know if there's still missions that, like, mission rewards. So let's say you destroy the encampments or protect Lars's van. I'm like, I don't know if there's any missions that provide V-Bucks anymore because I've seen them so rarely often. I think the last time I saw one was like a year ago. It was the first time I'd seen one in like a year. So probably wonders, is that still available to regular players? If so, that's not a good way to do it because it's just, you barely get anything for those to begin with. Like maybe like 35 V-Bucks, which is useless. So here's the underwater base. We have pumpkins, pumpkin farm, which you'll see why that's there in the first place. Lava farm number 2, or technically lava farm number 3. Wheat, like a farm to feed myself, and a bunch of resources here and here. Classic red bed because there's nothing wrong with the classics. A cobblestone generator, which I think I used to build part of this, and then tons of furnaces. In here, oh yeah, there's the other ocean monument is down there. I think that's the one I raided to get the sponges from, so that I used to drain the other one. In here, tons of deep slate into every single one of these. This is a hint to what's coming that you'll see in a second. And here's, look at all these slime blocks. Yeah, another weird thing that I can't come across a lot in this world is slime chunks. That cave under my initial base is a slime chunk. There's slime chunks everywhere. Under here, every single, like in the nature domes, in there, under there, which you'll see in a second, is slime chunks. I don't know why. These things are supposed to be rare, but I've seen them. I've come across them so often. Look at all these diamonds. Just all that stuff. I don't know if you're still here. Here we have, I call this base the research station. We have dark rooms, so mobs can spawn. So I could like research the mobs. I know it doesn't do anything, but I just think it's a cool little detail to have. They don't really spawn in here much anymore. Here's a snow golem, and here is the Arctic dome. So the reason I have those pumpkins and that snow golem and right there is so I can replenish these guys, because sometimes slimes spawn in here and they get killed. I eventually gave them bodyguards because these guys can't do any damage. They can just force the slime into a corner, so it's really not good. Here's a fake snowman, or just a snowman, not a snow golem. I created this by having like wood here, then placing the pumpkin, and then placing these on the wood in the background, and then destroying the wood. It's kind of funny to have like a false snow golem. You can see the other ocean monument here. That's a lot of guardians. Then down here, this unassuming little tiny shack. What is this? So here we are in the depths. This was originally going to be more of the research station, but eventually I realized after working on this project for so long, I was like, it'd be kind of better to use it for something else. So instead of what I originally wanted to make, which was a like solar system observatory, I decided, let's make a flipping theme park. You can still see remnants of the original idea. And as I said, this is a slime chunk, so there's a big slime down there somewhere. I just saw him. And the top there is empty, so I'm hoping... I hoped that more slimes would spawn up there, and I don't know if they do. I don't really know. Where the heck is he? I hear him. I dug all of this out by hand with only iron pickaxes. With no beacons, no enchantments. And this area was 99% deep slate. This is where all those materials in those chests came from. This took a month. Plus, like over a month. This was stupid. I don't know why I subjected myself to this, but... Here's an underwater cave I encountered. I don't see any glow squids, but there's sometimes glow squids in there. There's also an underwater cave in the ocean monument area next to the like the mushroom area, but I didn't look at that. I keep forgetting to point that out during the tour. It's a perfect circle. Yeah, I dug this out with just iron pickaxes, countless iron pickaxes. I have no idea how many. Another same system, exit, entrance. I'm kind of scared to go down there though, because there's probably a big slime at the entrance. It doesn't look like it. Last time I did this tour, I had two little slimes follow me through here, so they came up from the exit, which was kind of funny. Because they can use the bubble elevator. Where is this guy? There he is. That doesn't explain the noise though. Maybe there's more than one. So the whole reason I went to the end in the first place was to finish off this area. So we have the overworld, the nether, and the end, and then just a random cool little castle. So it's pretty much a water park, theme park mix, specifically this area. You go over. This is a working lazy river. How it works is you have a hole in the water, which is like drawing the water in. You have a gap here. I don't know why this is necessary, but I guess it is, which has underneath it a like soul sand, or soul sand, which is bringing the water up, so pushing the boat along. And it just keeps going like that, so. I do have a boat going through this with a slime that's just named Slime going through this. It takes time for him to go through this, so I don't know if we'll see him go through here. We'll see him eventually, but I don't know when. Sometimes glow squids spawn in the pool. We have a diving board, a 2-tier diving board. And we have a hot tub, which works. Which is cool. Just don't step at the bottom, because then you'll hurt yourself. We have a water slide. It's not... Like, there's a reason most people don't make water parks, because they're just kind of boring in this game. And then we have a working roller coaster. So I get in this, press the lever, and I go up. Where's the slime? Oh, there's the boat. I don't know if you saw that. But he's going through the nether right now. Can I see him? Yeah, there he is. For a second. I'll see him later. Then I have to flip the lever again to stop it. Complete another circuit. And then go. So remnants of the planetarium, whatever. So you can see all the black walls. This is all wool. My dad just got home, so I'll be quiet for a minute or two until he goes somewhere. Oh, I think I see the boat coming. I'm just watching out for the boat until my dad goes. I think I saw it. Yeah, I think I see it, yep. There it is. Slime. Dang it, I should have called him that. If I give him a buddy, I'll name him Slime Shady. Or the real Slime Shady. Or if I do another boat. Dang it, why did I not think of that pun? I guess I was just too tired after building this for a month. I couldn't think of that. I think I saw a few days ago. It was a truck related to, I think, a brewing company that had, I think it was like Dre and Snoop something, and I'm like, did those guys start a, like, I forget what type of drink it was. It's like, I don't know if it was coffee. I don't think it was a weed related drink, but you think it would be considering who the heck is involved. But I thought it was funny. I'm like, wait, did these guys start a business? Oh god. Why? How did you even get in here? He's just so big he can overpower the... I hate these things. As you can see, if I have like over a dozen stacks of slime blocks, I've dealt with these over and over and over again. I don't know if I should continue the tour until he leaves, like, just without anything, without any dialogue until he leaves, or I should probably just wait. He's probably only leaving like a minute. Oh god. Please. Oh, he's completed another circuit. Stay in the dang hole. This guy's gonna be a problem. Ray. Okay, my dad just left. So yeah, I saw a truck for that on the road the other day. Oh Jesus. What the heck? I guess he's meeting people in the hallway. So this is the nether area. Okay, he's gone down the... Are you going to block the route? I'm pretty sure you can pass through it anyway, but it's just annoying. Cool mix of a red and blue wart forest. Some nether warts growing. Just thought it looked cool in a lava pool that's fenced off so people don't actually kill themselves. People actually went to this amusement park. Then you have a castle. It's an amethyst geode that's flooded down there, so I put water in there so glow squids could live in it if they wanted. On the rare occasion they spawn in here. You have like opened dispensers for like pseudo cannons or archery areas, but they're closed at the front because the drawbridge is down. Just a simple, tiny little castle. I thought it was cool. And then we get to the end, which is nothing really to talk about, and it's the end of the ride, which I don't remember if I did that on purpose, but it makes sense. So that's about it. There's not much, but if I did the planetary observatory, which I did actually make in my build testing world, like I have a creative mode flat world that I mostly just make a ton of pixel arts on. There's like hundreds of pixel arts I've made in there. But there is like I made a video on it of like the test for the planetarium. So I did already build it to see what it would look like. So you can see, and then I do have this area like this. This is for if I ever want to expand it. So I might add another hallway, and maybe I will eventually make the planetarium, but it would be a structure just like this. However, I would definitely only build it once I get beacons, because I'm not doing that again. I'm not spending another month digging out a gigantic hole. I'm not doing that again. Yeah, I haven't done a full tour of it. Mostly I've just posted, like, I've made tons of like private videos of pictures of it that I use to get the pictures for community posts. Like I when I complete a pixel art, sometimes I post it to my like community tab, or just tab now, because I don't have the community feature turned on, because that's now a thing. It used to be called community posts or whatever, but now it's just posts. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to mention this. You might be able to see it actually from here. You see that? More skeleton horses. There he is. I don't even know how, like, another set that spawned underwater, and they spawned under this while I was constructing it. I don't get it. How the heck did they get struck by lightning under the flipping ocean? And how was the skeleton down here in the first place? I don't know. This has happened twice, and technically it's happened 3 times. Because, if you remember the unnamed skeleton horses that were in the pen earlier, those guys actually spawned underwater right in front of where the boat dock is, and then then I killed the skeleton horse riders underwater, and then the skeleton horses eventually got onto land. And I eventually brought some of them into the pens, and other ones I just let them roam free, because it's like, I have too many of these dang things. I don't need them. I am drowning in them, quite literally in those cases, because they're literally underwater. It's stupid. I don't know. As I said, this world is cursed. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, there's also a trial chamber in that cave as well. That too. That's when I made this world. I made it during the trial chamber update. Tricky Trials, I think is what it was called. I really need to decorate this room, because it's just really dark in here. Barely anything's ever spawned in here. I think I had a creeper spawn in here once. That's about it though. Underwater dock. Like, it's not really that big of a deal, but yeah, it does feel a little weird just being completely empty. Thankfully, that's the end of the skeleton horses. They all seem to spawn in this region, and that's about it. But to be fair, I spend most of my time in the overworld around here, not at the other base, so that makes sense. I'm happy I haven't encountered more. Last time I encountered them was probably April of last year, probably was the last time I saw them. Saw new ones spawn. And that's not even all of them. Like, one time I decided, you know what, like, I have one set spawn and I just killed them all, because I was just like, I don't need these. So, you can imagine how many times it's happened. It's stupid. It's super dumb. Yeah, it's like, this is the first major single player world I've really ever made. Like, really ever. Like, sure, I did one on Minecraft console edition, And that, yeah, I guess this is more of the first one on Bedrock. I did another one, but I didn't really, and sure, I went to the end for the first time, but in that one too. But it wasn't really a true solo world. I had the other guys come on occasionally, but they didn't do much, so technically it wasn't really a true solo world. That one was called Survival Test. I remember I turned on the days played once. Oh yeah, I should probably show this off. There's no reason to show this off. Should I actually? It's getting dark, never mind. I'll do it in the daytime. And then after I go on to that place, I will then tour base number 2, and then we'll go to the end, and then I'll start placing dirt. I really like the gradient in the sky. It is accurate though. I did. My dad and I were driving around a few days ago, and like around 4 or 5 p.m. it was getting dark, and it did look like that. Oh yeah, I have this water is here, so when I did that pillar all the way to build height, I just fell down and lived. That's why that water's there. Oh yeah, should probably mention why the armor stand is in the floor. This guy. I like to put armor stands in my worlds, but apparently there's a bug where if you leave, like go through dimensions and stuff like that, sometimes like entities like this will just glitch through the floor. Yeah, we've known each other since 2018, which was how long ago? 8 years ago? I was just thinking about, like, the other night, or last night, I was rewatching some episodes of Game Grumps Star Wars. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Why am I thinking of Star Wars? Wait. No, I don't. I keep getting sidetracked. I wanted to go over here. And I was like, oh yeah, this game came out 9 years ago in March this year. This Nintendo Switch 1 is going to be 9 years old. Oh, right. Why do you do this? I hope I don't kill you. There you go. So this super long... this super long railway has no purpose, it just looks cool. This place leads to... I don't know why I did this, I just thought it'd be cool. Which I guess is the whole reason you do anything in Minecraft, really. It's just a cool scenic route. It eventually ends at a cool exposed mine shaft, which I use to get spider webs. I think that's the only reason I even went over here. For whatever reason, the sound glitches out when I'm riding a minecart if I look right. I don't know why. It doesn't do it when I look left, but it does it when I look right. Like far right. It's weird. Just a cool, pretty route, and this is the perfect music for this, actually. Classic Minecraft music. You go over all the bamboo. Like, I've made a good use of of minecart tracks. Alright, yeah, another reason I went over here was to get minecart tracks. Alright, God, stop! Because there's a cow at the end of this dang road. He's been here for a while. That's what happened with one of my original minecarts. This one's a replacement. So you can see in this hole is a cool mine shaft. I thought it looked cool. So I was like, I might as well, I like the look of this place, so I'm going to bring a minecart track to it. Not much beyond that. I just thought it looked cool. Time to go back, I guess, but I'm going to have to avoid this dang cow. That or I could release him from his prison, but I think it's funnier that he's here, so. He will stay here. He's been here for probably almost a year. I have to hold the button down because there's not enough powered rails apparently to get me up the hill. So I have to hold forward on the stick. I think yeah, it would stall there if I didn't. There's a big hole in the ground. It's just a really cool view. Just get to see the wilderness. It's kind of funny, like I have a private playlist on my channel that's just music, and you better believe there's some Minecraft songs in there. Like, Minecraft soundtrack. I don't have that many Minecraft song parodies in there, actually. I only have the ones that I liked as a kid. To be fair, no one makes them anymore. To my knowledge, anyway. I remember in high school, when my sister and I went to the same high school, and she graduated like a year or two before I did, and probably 2 years before, and we would drive together to school, and we would leave sometimes, at least when the years I was there with her, and she would sometimes just sing Minecraft parody songs, which was kind of funny. I should probably just put that in there, because then the ocelot wouldn't get in there. I'll do that. It's the whole point of the chest being there, so I might as well use it. I kind of wonder what they use to get the noise for skeleton horses. Did you know that they finally added zombie horses? They're finally in survival mode. I don't know if you still pay attention to the game, but I guess it's to Stronghold, to Desert Badlands, and then to Secondary Base. So I'll go here real quick. Yeah, they added yeah, so basically, I am sure you're aware that zombie horses were in creative mode and just in the files for, what, since like 2013, 2012? Whenever they added horses, I'm pretty sure they added skeleton and zombie horses. They eventually found a use for skeleton horses, but it took them forever to find a use for zombie horses. I don't know why, but they finally found a use for them. So in the latest update, which only came out less than a month ago, they added a new weapon, the spear. First new weapon I think they've ever added to the game that you can craft anyway. Has all the different weapon tiers. I still haven't used it yet, but yeah, so here's the Great Pyramid. Yeah, the mace is another thing that they added, but well, I guess yeah, you can craft that, but not. It's not like a standard tier weapon, and you can only get the crafting materials for that through trial chamber chests, I believe. It's a one hit. That thing's a one hit kill if you attack somebody from like a height. So if you're like falling on them, just like that's a very niche item. It's a cool item, but it's like it seems very useless to me. I don't know. So here's the Great Pyramid. Or the Bass Pro Shops Pyramid. Do you know what that is? Have you seen that? Basically, if you haven't, in Memphis, Tennessee, in the 80s or so, there was a cool like steel pyramid built that was meant to be a like a sports stadium, and it was used as that for a few years. It was advertised as like the new wonder of the modern world or whatever. Eventually it got abandoned because they stopped using it because bigger stadiums were better. And then eventually it was abandoned for like a decade, and then Bass Pro Shops of all companies bought it and turned it into a mega like themed store, which is hilarious. And they just slapped their logo on the side of it. Yeah, so you have... I just thought this would be cool to build. It just looks neat. You have like 7 water rings, a big lava ring. Pretty neat. It's the same size as the old brick pyramids from Minecraft Inf Dev. Yeah, look it up real quick. Bass Pro Shops Pyramid. I don't know if you're using this, like... Or maybe just look it up later. It's pretty funny. I remember watching a video about it. It was just like, wait, this exists? Hello? Yeah, this place looks really cool at night. I would go to the top of that, because as you can see how dark it is, things are going to spawn on the sides. Isn't it funny that that exists in the world, within our country somewhere? Like, that's hilarious to me. Imagine if that river was still used for trade, which I think it actually still might be. Like, you just see, like, a giant steel pyramid. Like, imagine you're a cargo ship vessel and you have no idea that exists, and then you just randomly see a gigantic pyramid in the middle of, like, the country. So here's base number 2. It's hidden, super unassuming. And I made it kind of in the style of, like... Well, it was inspired by one of my, the people I used to watch Minecraft as a kid, which is Zach Scott Games. He built things kind of like this, with like the chunks out of the wall with torches in it. He played in Minecraft Beta. It's multi-layered. You have storage room, it's just not much in there. Another hot tub. This is the first one I made. You have the farm room, which this is the largest farm room in the world. The Minecraft world anyway, nowhere near as big as people have made. Yeah, I watch his Plants vs Zombies and Plants vs Zombies Garden Warfare 1 videos all the time. Did you know he's still making Plants vs Zombies 2 videos? I also watched that when he first started that series, like 13 years ago, soon to be. I watched that when that came out. I first found his videos through his Minecraft Let's Plays. In fact, it's the first video in my favorites videos playlist. It's his Minecraft Batman video. I found that around the time it came out. Maybe a month after it came out. I don't know. I don't know when I saw it exactly, but it was around. It wasn't a year old yet, probably, when I saw it. It was one of the first Minecraft videos I ever saw. Probably one of the first Batman things I ever saw as well. But it was really funny. Alright, here's my bedroom. Cool little fireplace. Another enchantment setup. Yeah. I wonder what episode of Plants vs. Zombies 2 he's on now. It's probably like 1,000 at this point. he's uploaded those consistently. Unfortunately, he doesn't make a lot of stuff that I'm that interested in anymore, so I'm not really subbed to him. But I do watch his old videos on occasion, just because I have fun with it. So, the only brewing room in the entire world, actually. This mountain, by the way, that this base is in, is hollow. So if I broke a block or two down here, there's a reason this room at least is small. If I broke a block here, so you just see a gigantic empty space, and it eventually leads to tunnels that eventually lead to an ancient city, which makes sense because ancient cities are usually under extreme hills biomes, which this is what this is. Oh yeah, and then I have a emerald block there because I mine those emeralds in these hills. Yeah, he's still a great YouTuber. I respect him a lot, but it's just like I've definitely grown out of most of his content, especially if it's like I don't want to watch you play Plants vs. Zombies 2 after you completed the campaign a decade ago. I used to play that game religiously. Like when it was still getting updates, like I played it all the time. It was so fun. Oh yeah, I didn't look at the dang sign. I'm so distracted. So here we have the battle arena, which is that way, and the basketball court, which is that way. Why I built these things when I'm by myself, I don't know. I just thought they would look cool. So you have two different entrances to the stands. You have cool armor stands here guarding the entrance, and then this is the battle arena. Fight on the sand. People who vote for one guy or root for one guy would go here. People who vote for the other one would go here. And they'd watch. It's separated so you can't walk from that side to this side. I think it's cool. Another YouTuber that I used to watch a lot as a kid from Minecraft was the 8-Bit Theater. He no longer posts anything of relevance. I don't even think he talks in his videos anymore. But also known as the Asian Guy Gamer, he would play Minecraft on 360 with his son, and they made a battle arena and fought. And I thought that was awesome. Here's the so they were another big inspiration of mine. Here is the basketball court. I don't really know much about sports, but initially I made this thinking I could place signs on these cobwebs. Apparently you can't in Bedrock Edition. I don't know if you could do that in console though. You might be able to do that in console. But something about Bedrock Edition's code with semi-transparent blocks, you can't place signs on transparent blocks, I guess. So I had to place this, and the problem is you can't flipping get it in there. So you can't even play basketball. Yeah, I watch popular MMOs all the time. He played so I like those are the two more obscure, like Zach Scott Games and 8-Bit Theater were two of the more obscure Minecraft YouTubers I watched as a kid. But when it came to like the popular guys, of course I watched Sky Does Minecraft, I watched popular MMOs, I watched Dan TDM, I watched Stampy, I watched all these guys, but I watched Tobuscus. In fact, Tobuscus is another one of the first people I ever watched a Minecraft video of. We have home and team. You could edit it. You can edit signs now. I don't know if you know that. But there's no reason to edit it because no one's ever going to play. I just think it looks cool. I wanted to have the bleachers wrap around, but unfortunately this is the end of the mountain, so I couldn't go any further. So that's why it looks like this. Oh yeah, I saw all the stuff that happened to popular MMOs. To Pat, I think is his name. He got like I think it was, he broke up with his wife. He had like drug abuse. Yeah, here's a tree farm. Lava farm. You can see I liked using lava as light in this base. You'll see that a lot. That's a big theme. You'll even see it in here, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Poor guy. I saw he got a little better, maybe, last year. I hope he gets better. Because even though it's like, yeah, like, sure, it's like, a lot of those guys, unfortunately, have just gone downhill over the years, which is unfortunate. Well, him and Sky Does Minecraft. Like, geez, Sky Does Minecraft is like, apparently he's an abuser. I remember I decided out of nowhere, you know what, even though Sky hasn't uploaded anything in like 3 years, I'll sub to him. And then literally the day I subbed to him, he releases a video, like a Minecraft Do Not Laugh, related to like Storyfire or whatever. It wasn't actually, no, it wasn't that. It was him announcing his partnership with Storyfire, which is like a weird, stupid website that he bought stock in or something and became like a co-owner or something of. And then he made like a few videos related to like Minecraft Do Not Laugh with Storyfire. He put like one episode out, which wasn't really that entertaining, and then he posts like bits of small bits of episodes because he's like, go watch the full thing on Storyfire. I'm like, these videos aren't that good. Why would I pay for Storyfire to watch this? But it was funny that was like, it's that day. The day I flipping sub is the day he posts something for the first time in like 3 years. It was that very day I subbed to him, because I was like, even though he doesn't make anything anymore, I still loved his content as a kid, so I might as well. Another one was Technoblade. I subbed to him on the anniversary of either his birthday. I think it was his birthday. Unfortunately, he had already passed away by then. I watched him a lot when obviously when he was alive. Unfortunately, it was such a big shame when he passed away to cancer a few years ago. 2022, I think it was. I caught him live once. Did you watch him at all? He was huge on YouTube for a few years, so I imagine you did. One of the later... Well, technically, he made Minecraft videos for a long time, but he didn't become super popular until like the late 2010s. Basically... Is my dad coming back? I hear something in the hallway. Because this stream is not over. But I remember he made a video where like he played like a Hunger Games or whatever with some of his friends or something, and they dominated. And I was actually... Initially that event was started and then something bad happened, so they reset it. And what you see in the video is the reset version, but I found it live when they live streamed that event during the initial thing before it messed up. So I wasn't there to see any of that happen live, but I was there to watch that event, which was kind of funny. So yeah, I guess I'll explain this now. So these are two statues I made. This represents me from the PS4 edition days, and this represents me now. The whole reason I even went to the Badlands biome was to get the gold for this. Yeah, but it was just such a shame. The reason I didn't sub to him until after his death was because I didn't use my channel for anything but uploading. I didn't use my channel outside of the PlayStation 4, so I only used it to upload videos. I didn't sub to anybody until like 2023, so a year after he died. So before that, for a full over 12 years, I just watched YouTube unsigned, like signed out. So like, I don't know if my views ever counted. I never liked videos or subscribed. I would have back then if I was ever subbed and logged in. But yeah, that's the sad thing. I missed him being alive with my sub, because I didn't use the account for anything but uploading. So that's unfortunate. Anyway, so this is me from the PS4 days. If you might remember, this was the first skin I ever used on PS4 edition. Before I played a single world, and the first world I ever played was yours, which was the world that we had the treehouse on. Before I played at all, I bought the Minecraft prequel skin pack, and I used this skin as my first skin. I never played as Steve. I played as the Phase 1 clone trooper. So that represents me from the past, and that represents me currently, my Bedrock edition version of myself. Though technically, I've used this skin before this one. Unless I used this one on PS3 edition, which I might have actually. Basically, the first time I played Minecraft was when Minecraft Lite came out on phones. That version's probably been non-existent for over a decade now. But it was a super simple demo version of Minecraft Pocket Edition. Then I bought Pocket Edition not long after. And I played that for years until 2016. The most memorable thing about Minecraft Lite was the blue rose it had, because that was unique. Apparently that was caused by a bug, like a programming issue, like they didn't intend to make it blue. Yeah. So we share that, but that makes sense considering we're pretty much the same age. But I become 21 this month. I think you become 21 next month. But we're both born the same year. So, like, it's kind of funny. Like, we probably both have very similar instances. Like, we watched Minecraft videos before we played it, and we first played it on phones or iPads. And then eventually, I played on both my iPad up until like 2016, and then I eventually got PS3 edition, though I don't recall if I played it that much. But I do remember messing around with the tutorial world back then. Then from like 2017 or so, I didn't play, like, from basically eventually Pocket Edition became Bedrock Edition. So I'm actually playing Pocket Edition right now, technically. The internal code is still the same. It's just not called that anymore. In fact, like, when I see like patch notes or whatever, it'll say like, oh, MCPE and then like 4 numbers. And it's like, the internal code is still Minecraft Pocket Edition and then numbers. That's so funny to think about. Like, this game hasn't been called that in probably 10 years, but it's still referred to that in the game's code. They didn't name it to like BE for Bedrock Edition. It's still PE in the files, which is kind of funny. But yeah, so I don't know if I probably bought that on PS3. I don't remember though. So from 2017, like, eventually, I think Pocket Edition became Bedrock in 2016, I believe. And this is a free skin on there, so I used it. Before that, I actually used a like a techno black and blue creeper skin that I found on. Back in the day, you couldn't get skins in Minecraft Pocket Edition normally. You had to get it through like external websites or external apps, and that were unofficial, and that's how I got that skin. Yeah, so like 2016, 2017. So for years I used that as a skin. I played with my neighbors and my family on like local wireless co-op or local co-op on Pocket Edition for years. I was talking about like some of the mobile games I used to play as a kid, like Pixel Gun 3D, Jetpack Joyride, Plants vs Zombies 1 and 2. I didn't bring this up. My Singing Monsters I played for a little bit. What's some other ones? I don't know. I played mobile games, but I wasn't like the biggest mobile game guy. But anyway, once actual skins were added to the game, I saw this one was free because they added it to the marketplace. This is one of the first marketplace skins ever, and it was free. It was one of 2 free skins because back in the day they used to have a few free skins in the marketplace things, and I used it. I switched out my Creeper skin for this, so technically I've used this longer than that if I didn't have it on PS3 edition, which I find unlikely. I probably did, but I don't remember. So I think it's really cool to have a memorial to the different versions of myself. Yeah, Pixel Gun 3D was the best. It was so fun. I don't think it's really that. I don't know if it still even exists or if it's still fun, but God, I played that a lot. But the last time I played it was probably a decade plus ago. I have a phone, but I don't have a single game on it. All I have on it is like eBay, Mercari, YouTube. That's about it. Like I don't use it to play games because it's like, why would I play games when I have a console? Oh yeah, Roblox I played sometimes. I didn't play it that much. Probably played it for about a year. I had fun with it, but Roblox is like unrecognizable now. Back then it was like, oh, here's Natural Disaster, Pizza Tycoon, Jaws, whatever, and Mushroom Fields. That's where I got the mushroom stuff from. Not gonna go about there. I've seen like in my recommended feed like Pixel Gun 3D videos. I'm like, I've never watched them. Cause it's just like, there was something really cool about that game. I love that there was like a skin editor too. I remember I made like a Darth Revan skin in that game. I assume you know who Darth Revan is from Star Wars? You might not. But I based it off of another Minecraft YouTuber I watched a lot as a kid was Atlanticraft, and they had Dreamcraft as a series, which was like Star Wars themed. And eventually later on in the series, one of the guys makes a Death Star, and he goes like all Sith mode or whatever. And he has like NPCs that are like his like his teammates and stuff on the dark side, and like some of his like Sith warriors look like Darth Revan. So I looked at the skin that NPC type used, and I copied it to make Darth Revan in Pixel Gun 3D. And I thought it looked really cool. Did they make Crazy Craft? I know that I think, yeah, they probably had something to do with it. Obviously, like, Crazy Craft is just a mod pack. Did you hear what happened to the guy that made Ore Spawn? You know, like the Mobzilla and stuff like that? They did? Okay, that makes sense. I kind of, that sounds familiar. That sounds about right. Did you hear about the guy that made Ore Spawn? So like, I think it's the mod where the what's his name? He looks like King Ghidorah from Godzilla. Obviously, I think he's just called the King. The big white 3-headed dragon. And Mobzilla and a bunch of other like strange creatures. Like there's a very interesting video on what happened to him. Like he eventually got disillusioned with making Minecraft mods, and he wanted to make his own game and a bunch of other stupid stuff. It's so weird and dumb. Like there's a reason, like at least a version of that mod has not been made for modern versions, at least by him, because he basically just quit on Minecraft. Oh god, what the? Why are you attacking me? I'm wearing a gold helmet. What'd I do? What'd I do? Uh-oh. Go. What the? Why? Are you kidding me? I didn't do anything! God dang it. Really? What did I do to deserve this? Nothing, that's what. I didn't do anything. Unprovoked. At least I don't know what I did. I don't think they're triggered by opening chests, are they? I hope not. I was about to go to the end. By the way, that would never happen if I still had my my netherite gear. Believe it or not, I used to have a complete OP set of armor. I don't think so. I don't know why there would have been. I used to have a complete set of OP armor. I had a super enchanted turtle helmet and super enchanted netherite armor for the torso, legs, and feet. With like thorns, unbreaking 4, mending on all of it. Protection, fire protection, stuff like that. But I lost it. I had it when I made the underwater base, and when I made the, You're dead, pal. Let's just put that. I'll come back for it. I lost it because I fell in the void while I was initially starting the end project. So it's gone, and unfortunately I don't have good enough documentation to see every single enchantment on all that stuff. It's gone forever. I only have footage of like maybe looking at the chest plate briefly here and stuff like that. So it's unfortunate. I think down there is right. I have a sign in the end base denoting roughly where it was and like when I lost it. RIP OP armor something something 2025. It had all the stuff. I couldn't enchant it anymore. That's how good it was. Let's put this stuff away. Start putting some dirt in here. Like I leveled it up by I think fishing. That's why there's all these chests are full of fish stuff. Which, oh yeah, another thing. They finally added pretty recently the ability to craft saddles. In the next update, they're adding the ability to craft name tags. They're finally deciding let's not have uncraftable items. Or at least giving some of those uncraftable items crafting recipes. So it's like these once prized items are now like going to be super easy to make, which is just weird to me. Craftable music discs. I guess technically you can craft one music disc. You can craft the one that you get from the ancient city because you find it as shards, but I don't think they'll do that because otherwise it's like, oh, you need shards because like how else are you gonna make a music disc? They added more music discs in the last like year or two. They made one where if you kill a chicken jockey, it like drops a music disc semi-related to the Minecraft movie, which is kind of funny. I haven't found a chicken jockey yet though, because I don't really try to get into danger much, so I haven't really been around to see one. Besides the fact they're also rare. I can't even recall the last time I saw a spider jockey. It's probably like a year ago. Wouldn't be surprised if I've seen one in this world before, but... One funny thing is hoglins can spawn in this area. Because it's a 1x1, they don't really know what to do, and then when you walk by them, they just get suffocated into the wall. They get stuck in the wall. So, I guess a pro tip, if you live in an area where hoglins can spawn, use 1x1 tunnels so that they can't actually do anything. Yeah, I don't know why they can spawn in 1x1 tunnels. It's kind of dumb because they literally just stand there. They don't do anything. They're like, AI is broken in such a small space. One time, one of my more popular Minecraft videos I've made, one time I had, because it's like a red wart forest on the other side of this portal, before I made these here, even though I feel like I already did them, but somehow they, oh yeah, there's a, why are you down there? I thought I heard a zombie pigman. Because I'm using old textures, they still appear as the old ones, but if I switch to new ones, they would have the new model. I know why they changed them, because it's like, you want them to match the new piglins, right? New, they've been out for like 5 years now, which is ridiculous. It's kind of funny to see. New netherrack, old netherrack. But yeah, I had like 2 hoglins go through the portal, and if they go to the overworld, they become zoglins, so zombie hoglins. That's the only way zombie hoglins spawn, is by bringing a hoglin to the overworld. And I had that as the thumbnail. Like, I got jump scared by a zoglin outside my portal when I left to go back to the overworld, and it got like 300 views. Which is just like, geez, this is like one of the most viewed videos I've ever had. I counted it. I probably only have like less than 50 videos with 100+ views. One thing I did, I think it was last year, maybe it was 2024. I decided to just purge all of my old live streams and a lot of the videos, like all the videos that I had that didn't have a title, it was just the name. Okay. Cool. But basically, like I purged all those really pretty much nameless videos and pretty much all my live streams that were before I started doing it again, because I was just like, I don't know why, I don't want these to get more views than my proper videos. So, and then I also just got rid of some videos. I was like, I made them private, don't worry, I didn't delete them. They still exist. But, like one I made private was my most viewed video ever, which was like Fortnite Party Royale, something, I forget, but Like, that video had like thousands of views, and because for whatever reason people were really attracted to the idea of it or something, or they just wanted to watch a Party Royale video. Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's usually a creeper though, I don't usually see zombies spawn on there. I'm sure there's still like stream highlights of those worlds still up, and I might someday like clip bits of that out of the stream and make them into separate videos as like archive. But it's just like, I don't know, it's like part of it's kind of embarrassing watching myself from when I was like 13. Other stuff like that, so like I got rid of a good amount of old stuff. I took like a whole day just going through and painstakingly privating each video one at a time, because there's hundreds of them. But just because I was like, I have thousands of flipping videos. I want to like I'd rather people watch the stuff I like. Yeah, it took forever. I literally spent just hours on my phone, one at a time, and it's very tedious to do this on a phone, privating live streams and videos. Like, videos, it wasn't that hard, I only had to do a few dozen, but like, the live streams, it took flipping forever. Spent hours just painstakingly doing it one at a time, because you have to click like the edit button, and then click private, and then confirm, and then whatever. It's so annoying. It's so frustrating, but I was like, it's worth it. I think it'll be worth it. Because it's just like, I wanted a fresh start, at least when it came to live streams, so. I find it weird when I could just hear a million footsteps. Load. Game. Game. There we go, I had to touch the dang joystick. So this is the village where the stronghold is. That arrow's been here for a while. And here is a ladder down there, but this house has actually been emptied. It's a hole all the way down to the portal room. That is so I can bring animals into the end. And eventually maybe I'll do that with villagers. Like I put them in a boat and I just go down. Three, two, one. So here's the end. This is my spawn area. That is a gigantic 1,000+ long minecart track to the outer end islands. I use that to mine end stone. Over here is the sign. Rip my OP armor 2024 to 2025. Right down there is where I fell and died, in that void area right around there. I was lighting up this area here, and for some reason I thought, oh hey, let's do this when I still have all this void, and I'll just save myself with a, and before I place water here, and I could save myself with an ender pearl. I missed. I hit like here, and I fell into the abyss and lost all my stuff. So there's that. Not fun. Very terrible experience. Here's a cobblestone generator number 1 of 2. And here is the end island, which my dad and my brother are coming home. Okay, my brother just got home. He's been gone for like 7 hours. He went golfing. So here we have a map. Here's the main end island, and then the platform I made underneath it. This is what I used all that end stone on, was the platform underneath. We'll look at that later. And you've already seen the area I got most of this dirt from. This place has been untouched since my dragon fight. I only fought him once, so there's still pillars and stuff left over from when I pillared up to hit him and to build onto the platforms. As you can see, there's this one there. There's a bunch of trees everywhere, bunch of grass, cool little pond with wheat. This was originally like, it was already a kind of like a hole like this. I just had to fill in this little spot here to enclose it, and then I filled it with water, and then I replaced all the things with dirt. And then that's my house. Too bad I can't sleep in the end. I'll die if I do. Before I go in the house, because that's pretty important, I'm going to show you the outer end islands, where I got the end stone from to make the lower platform, which, as you saw by that painting, is massive. Sure, it's another 1,000 block cart ride, but it looks cool over there, so I might as well. So I've been working on this probably since the summer, like July, August is when I started working on this project. The reason I decided to do this was just because I was like, barely anyone ever does this, and they haven't updated this dimension in 9 years. I think they updated it in 2016. My brother just came out of his room to grab 2 Sunny D's and a bag of cookies. They're not even cold Sunny D's. He grabbed them from the... I guess we don't have any in the fridge, so that makes sense. Actually, not as long as I thought. I was expecting... Well, I guess when I'm not pushing minecarts, it's not that bad. Should look down, because there's Enderman out here. So this is where I mined stuff from. You can see some of the double chests. And I dug this gigantic hole. With just iron pickaxes. Again, no enchantments. I just dug the entire gigantic hole. And then down here it's like a cool, like, rock concert stadium or something. I might convert it into something cool someday, maybe. Looks kind of neat. So I don't know how long that took. That maybe took a week. It took a little bit. Nowhere near as long as the water park, but pretty dang long time. And all of that got used for the platform underneath the island, even though I now have multiple double chests worth of end stone that I mined from a different location now, and I'll show you where that was in a minute. How long have I been streaming for? Only 3 hours? 4 hours, 43 minutes. Or 44 minutes probably now. Okay. Hopefully I can get this stream down to only maybe 5.5 hours. It takes so long just to get 2 double chests of dirt. I lit this up eventually, but for a long time I just had Enderman spawn on top of the platform. You'll be able to see the island come into view, which is really cool. Just this endless abyss, and then life appears. I don't know, part of me was like, it's kind of inspired by Angel Island from Sonic the Hedgehog. A big floating island with waterfalls. I don't know. It's just something that's probably what I was thinking when I thought of the concept. That lower platform is used for tree farming, pretty much. Oh yeah, this is my ender chest. Here's the replacement netherite armor, which this is similar to what that armor used to look like in terms of enchantment levels. Except mending's not on this. But it's pretty much the same otherwise, I think, as that used to be. So time to go to the house. And I still need to make more deliveries of this dirt, because this is only a third of the dirt. So this house may look unassuming. It may just look tiny and small. But it's more complicated than it looks. There's nothing in these chests, not anymore. Cool music disc player. But it goes deeper. There's Donkey Kong. Here is a spiral staircase to access the lower level, which I'll go over in a second. Here's the storage room. Every single one of these top chests on all of these levels is filled with end stone, plus a few more. All of this end stone is not from the outer end island excavation. That is from just digging this out. There's a sugarcane farm. A more up-to-date map. Cool little lava wall, which I use to burn things that I don't need. And then this is where most of it probably came from. The main hall. Or whatever the heck you'd call it, I don't know. This is underneath the end portal, in between all the pillars. So the end island is pretty much hollow now. Cool little fireplace. You have pumpkins as lights because I don't have enough glowstone, plus I think it looks kind of cool and old school. We have some paintings. The reason there's wood around them, besides for aesthetics, is originally when I put them here, there was a bug where once you load to the dimension or whatever, the paintings would fall off sometimes. That bug had been in the game for over a decade, and they finally fixed it a few weeks after like a month or two after I built these. So that was nice. Smooth stone, slab, stairs. And then we have some rooms. I made an artificial beach. So we have a lighthouse. But it's just the base of a lighthouse, which is just a disguised pillar. There's obsidian inside that. It's an inverted color scheme of the one I have in the overworld. The one I have in the overworld is white with red stripes. This one's red with white stripes. Cool little beach umbrella. Little lifeguard tower, some towels. You can fish in the end. And you can actually catch fish. Don't ask me how that works. And end water is just, you can't flipping see anything. It's like swamp water, but maybe worse, and purple. The backstory I came up with in my head for this was, like, oh, a set of players were stranded in the end in like version 1.0 or a version beyond that from like 2012 or so. So it's like, oh, I want to make all my builds look kind of like 2012 builds. Here's a meeting table. Yeah, you can fish in the end. Actually, there's a chest over there which is like a tackle box. I think that's what they call those. Where like fishing gear would be and stuff, and you can see some of the fish that some of the stuff I've fished out of here. Don't ask me how that works. It's a completely different dimension. I'm not complaining, it's just weird. Probably a fish in the end or the nether if you could place water. Here's an exposed pillar. It's pretty cool. And then here is the bar. Has pumpkins as lights. Or jack-o'-lanterns. Cool TV. Some stools and stuff. It's a water cooler. This would be what 2012 looking barrels would look like. Some shelves. And then to this side is the party room. We have a disco floor. Some cool booths. A pool table. Just something stupid. And then we have a dang it, I don't want to get rid of the dirt, but I'll put it in here for a second. We have a jukebox, and this is where I put the very few music discs I have. There we go. Other side's a better song than Cat, but it's not from 2012, so it's more fitting to play that right now. The crafting table, a bookshelf. It's more because that's left over from my enchantment setup in this base, which we'll see in a second. You'll see where I got that wool from later for the disco floor. That's like an homage to one of the first things I ever did in Minecraft. In Minecraft Lite, I played with my brother, who is now 18 years old, but at the time he was probably like 7 years old. Oh yeah, I probably should have pointed this out. Just walked in here out of nowhere. This is the viewing room. You can see there is a animal pen on the bottom level. Every single type of sheep is in there. At least 2 of each, sometimes multiple of a few others, and at least a few cows. There's only like 2 or 3 pigs in there. And a bunch of chickens that have all spawned from eggs. I didn't breed chickens because there's no point in breeding chickens. Why even breed chickens when they can make eggs for you? You don't need to do it yourself. So anytime I walk down there, it's just chickens everywhere, or it's just eggs everywhere. I guess I don't really need to go down there. You can imagine what it's like. You just see a bunch of trees that I use to mine things, or that I use to get wood, and then you have all this stuff down here. Like, we have exposed netherrack lighting, which is very emblematic of like 2011-esque architecture, and made use of sandstone. This is not endstone, because sandstone was another commonly used block back then. I don't know, like, the reason I'm doing this aesthetic is, one, I love old, like, launch and pre-launch Minecraft aesthetics, and two, I'm terrible at building, so I wouldn't be able to make modern style builds anyway, because I don't know how to do it. It's so complicated. So it's like, I might as well try to do what I'm maybe good at. Here we have the enchantment setup, and here and here's the idea board, the to-do list. We have enchantment room completed, secondary island, which is over there, which is what the dirt is for, work in progress, farm surveillance room completed, that's what that is. Enderman farm, question mark. Anything that has a question mark, I'm not sure if I want to do. Village might build that over there. Reverse pyramid. So remember the pyramid, the Bass Pro Shops? I was thinking maybe I'll do that down here, but it'll be upside down. Nether spire. I was like, I kind of want to recreate the nether spire from the nether reactor core. Just pay heavy attention to what that looks like. My dad just came back temporarily. He's putting on new clothes and going back out. I get jump scared by the unlocking of the door. Okay, let's see, so Nether Spire, I assume you know what the Nether Reactor Core is. It's what you needed to make in Minecraft Bedrock Edition, or Pocket Edition, before they added the Nether, because old phones were just not powerful enough. I think they always generated and looked the same, pretty much, so I feel like I could easily build that. Like, that structure it would make, which would be cool. Lego Micro World sets. I don't know if you remember these, but the first 4 Lego sets for Minecraft were these cool little micro build dioramas, like micro worlds. You'd have the overworld, which is just generic, cool, like hills and stuff. Those, because it's how old they were, like 2012, they looked like old generation. Basically, I saw a video on them earlier last year, and also my local comic shop, which I visit pretty frequently, had all 4 for a while. And I was like, you know what? Those are such simple designs. I could probably build those to scale in Minecraft itself. So I was like, that would be an awesome thing to build. So if that's something I want to do. Pixel art area, that's pretty self-explanatory. Because I wouldn't mind building some survival mode, but it wouldn't be that extensive as the creative world. Probably new builds as well. Lava farm completed. Treehouse. Always wanted to build a cool treehouse inspired by The 8-bit theater. Transportation system, that's kind of vague. Airport, question mark. Be cool to build, like, cool airplanes and stuff. Space station. Build, like, the International Space Station would be kind of neat. Ice track and Rainbow Road. I talked about this earlier in the stream. I was like, oh, it would be awesome to build Rainbow Road for Mario Kart. Like Mario Kart 64, like it's just in the middle of space. And it'd be like, oh, it would probably be, even though it would go against the 2012 aesthetic, like, oh, I could go with stained glass and then have like either pumpkins or glowstone. Pumpkins would be cheaper to light it. That or it would be wool, which would be more 2012-esque. City? Question mark? That's kind of what that one might be. Death Star. It's kind of self-explanatory. And Mario 1-1, which would be like a... This is something a lot of Minecraft people made back in the day, was like a recreation of the first Mario level. Just see that randomly floating in space would be kind of funny. That's the to-do list currently. Whether or not I do all these, I don't know, but that's something these are things I'm thinking about. And now time to check out the secondary island. This is where I'm putting the dirt. Okay, my dad left. Good. You can hear the door locking, probably. So I made this super long hallway to the secondary island, like this, with these alternating slabs. I kind of was inspired by the big long like skyway in the Minecraft Revenge music video. You probably know what the heck that is. How wouldn't you? Do you know the I Used to Rule the World, but the Minecraft version of it? Or what's the name of the song by Coldplay? I forget the name of it, but it's like Viva La Vida or something, I believe. Basically, like, the king in that Minecraft music video runs through like a hallway like this, and he's like attacked by mobs and stuff. It's like kind of this sort of architecture. So I thought this would be cool, but you can imagine this is kind of annoying to make, because you have to, like, I would have to place 3 blocks there and then place them there and then delete the blocks, place blocks again, place, over and over again until I reach the end, which is like hundreds of blocks from here. So it took a while, and a lot of the wood from those trees was used for this, but this is the current stage of the project I'm working on. And it's probably the most complicated of the entire thing. I've spent 2 months working on this. So this is island number 2. It stretches, I believe, over 200 blocks wide, 100 blocks deep for platform 1 and platform 2, and they are connected by a cool bridge, which is based on a bridge I found on Google Images from like Pinterest, from a version of Minecraft, probably beta something, though I don't know how old the actual photo was. Considering it's on Pinterest, though, it might be that old. And you might wonder, why is there fences in the water? Don't know if you can see them yet. There they are. There's one. There's glow squids in here. You might wonder, what the heck are they doing here? How the heck did you get them here? You're in the flipping end. That's because they spawn in the end. I don't know why, but it seems the devs didn't account for the fact that the conditions needed for glow squids to spawn also applies to the end. Basically, for glow squids to spawn, there needs to be water, there needs to be a certain height level, and there needs to be a roof over their head. And they didn't say, oh yeah, it also needs to be in the overworld. It can just happen. Unfortunately, you can't really do this in the the nether, because you can't place water. But if you could, you probably could do it. If it was possible to glitch and place water and have like source blocks and had a certain height level and a roof over their head, they'd probably spawn in there too. But these guys are all named. There's 18 of them in here that are named, and they will still spawn occasionally. The fences are on both sides, 3 tall, so that they don't go to the beach here and beach themselves and die. These areas are hollow at the moment. These platforms 1 and 2, which is over there. This is what I've been working on for so long, and I haven't even built anything on top of them yet. You can see the platform 2, you can see this from the house actually. I'll look at that later. So it's empty. There's torches everywhere, because I don't want things to spawn. Like obviously some of the things on the idea board or the to-do list are potential things, but other things I wrote in the description of the stream, just in case a bunch of people showed up, which of course no one did. It'd be like, oh, I wouldn't mind, like, to drive engagement, people could give ideas, and if I would have a board maybe on one of these walls, just signs on signs on signs, and I would write the idea they gave and who gave the idea. And then if I chose that idea, once I get around to building things and I build it, so on like the front door of the build or something would be a sign with whoever gave the idea. So that was something I thought about, but you see, here's the map art. Pretty cool. So that's what I need to fill in. That's what I need the dirt for. Here's the names of the squids. So we have spawned inside holding pen, which there used to be a big holding pen on this side. We have Mr. Squidward, Squilliam, Derpinator, Humboldt, Colossal, Glitch, Splatfest, and Glowy Boy. And then ones that just spawned under the bridge naturally. You have You're a Kid, You're a Blank, as in reference to the Splatoon like announcement trailer. Ballistic. I don't know if you know who that's a reference to. Whale bait, as in a scientific reference to how like colossal squids or giant squids are hunted by sperm whales. Poor fossil record. It's just a general fact. There's barely any squid fossils because they disintegrate so quickly and so easily because of how their body is made up. Derp. Number 2 in potatoes. Bioluminescence. Butter, Blooper, and Kraken. So all these are references to squids. They're squid puns. So we have SpongeBob, the Derpy Squid mod, Scient, like that's a name of a squid species. I don't think is he a canceled YouTuber? That wouldn't make sense to me. I don't know what he did, if he is. I don't really watch him much, but anymore. I used to watch him as a kid sometimes, but like his Pixelmon stuff, but Colossal, another species name. Glitch, because it's a weird glitch they can even spawn in this dimension. Splatfest, another Splatoon reference. Glowy Boy, that's what Philza calls them. I already explained these references. Derp, another just derpy squid joke. Number 2 in potatoes is a reference to I'm a Squid Kid, who is Technoblade's rival in his Potato War videos. Because he lost, he is number 2 in potatoes, or at least he was. Bioluminescence, they're glow squids. So they have bioluminescence, and some squid species in real life have that. Butter, Sky does Minecraft reference. Blooper, the enemy from Mario, and I don't need to explain that one. Another lava farm. Basically all this stone you see here, a good 99.9% of it was mined from this cobblestone generator and cooked by these furnaces. I've spent months at this cobblestone generator using only iron pickaxes. Pure default iron pickaxes. And I've used stacks of iron blocks to create those pickaxes. Multiple stacks of iron blocks have gone into it. Which is just insane and stupid. Why do I do this to myself? Because I have nothing else to do. So here's the bridge. It's based on, as I said, a picture from Pinterest. I basically took a screenshot of the picture, but it was at an angle. I had to reverse engineer it by counting what I thought where I thought each block was. And I think I got it correct. Initially, the original build, whoever it was made by, I don't know. It was in the overworld, and the legs of the bridge were only about that long or so. So my bridge is much taller, and also it's deeper. My bridge is deeper. Originally it had like a cool like road pattern to it, like black and white wool to look like a road, and it would be here, but I made it deeper so it was like walkable and you couldn't fall off the bridge, because like there's no cars. And I think this is also part of the original. You can go up to this level or the top. This is where I started the stream. Or, so far, I'll eventually fix this. This is the only way to get down to the bottom level. Pretty neat. One thing I've changed since starting to work on this project is because I'm going for a 2012 aesthetic. I actually changed my brightness level to like 25%. I originally had it at 100, so like now it's like, oh, you get the nice. I love the aesthetic of like Minecraft and with like darker brightness settings, and you also get you can see the blocks and stuff better. Like it's not as smooth in the lighting, which is nice to me for that aesthetic. So I think it's cool. And it's perpetually dark, of course, because I'm in the void. So now to do 2 more end trips, because I need to bring all that dirt in here. So this might take a bit. Should I go down the staircase? I didn't really show the spiral staircase, but at the same time it's like I'm going in a circle over and over and over again, so it's not really the best thing to look at. So yeah, this is easily the best Minecraft world I've ever made. My second truly single player only world. Or at least in the modern age. I don't know. Like when I played Pocket Edition back in the day with my neighbors and my siblings, it's like I usually played on other people's worlds, like I always did. And to my knowledge, I don't remember really getting that far in the game much. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I barely understood it. Can you see that island from here? Yeah, a little bit. There you go. if you stand on the windowsill. Pretty cool. So that's pretty much the end of the tour. I don't really have anything else to talk about. Now I'm just going to retrieve the dirt. Okay, it's still daytime. Unfortunately, I don't really want to stick around to listen to this music as much as I love it, because I have a job to do. Is there anything else I haven't shown? I think that's about it. I don't know if you're still there, probably, but... Oh, I get to show you that. There's probably 3 here. Yeah, they just suffocate and die. So I can just walk past them and eventually I'll just, if I walk by again, I'll find pork and leather on the floor. Yeah, a bit of an oversight, but I'm not complaining. I'd rather not deal with these guys in 1x1 tunnels. I was wondering if I was going to be able to show that and not just talk about it. I don't have inventory space, so I can't grab it, but... Please load the game. Why are you taking so long? There we go. Some newer Minecraft music. Oh yeah, because it was nighttime before, I really didn't get to show the cool big hill. And there's the mangrove there. I don't mind some of the newer Minecraft music. I think it sounds good. It's just like, it doesn't really sound like the old stuff. It sounds kind of similar, but not the same. Just doesn't really work as well. I don't mind it though. I think it's nice that there's more music in the game. It's just, I don't know. Fortunately, they don't want to ask C418 to make more music because he had a agreement that he owned his music. It was more just licensed for Minecraft. So they would have to pay him if they wanted to add more music. That's also another reason why there's no Like Super Smash Brothers, there's no C418 related music in that game. Besides for the fact, obviously, the reason I chose some of those songs from like Minecraft Dungeons and stuff was because it sounded more appropriate for the game, but also they didn't want to pay C418 probably, so they chose music not made by him, which is unfortunate. So it's like when I do these builds and stuff, I usually like go back and watch like old Minecraft videos from either 360 or beta to try to get a look of like what should I try, like what building techniques did people use, what blocks am I allowed to use, stuff like that. That's usually what I try to do with like when I'm trying to make these builds. Okay, one more dirt delivery left, and then I can start placing the blocks, and once I finish placing all the blocks, I will end the stream. This might even be enough, but I'm gonna grab all the dirt anyway. Time to do it all over again. I've fallen off this ladder a few times and died, or at least come close to death. Thankfully, I haven't fallen in the void since I lost the armor. I've just fallen off cliffs in the end. I hope that they add a like a respawn anchor for the end someday, because it's like I would love a way to spawn in the end. Like obviously they won't do that until they make an end update. This dimension hasn't been changed or updated since they added the end cities and the outer end islands in like 2016. All the music is still C418 music in the end, if you can call it music. Like you'll hear like old Minecraft music like echoing into it, kind of, which is another thing that inspired me to be like, oh yeah, wouldn't it be cool to make it old style, because it's the oldest untouched version part of the game, so I thought that would be kind of neat. Yeah, it's like I was just like I'm tired of waiting for an end update. I'm just going to make the end cool. That's really a major thing behind my thought process for making that project. I was also inspired by other people who'd done things at the end in the past, so. Okay. What time is it? Okay, this still might be nighttime actually when I get there, but I hope not. I wish I could make this quicker. Initially I wanted this to be like a minecart track, like I need more of those. But I was just like, it's not that long of a distance, I can just walk it. Or run it. Sprint it. Ha. 9 pork chops. It's just free food. I haven't watched any videos like all day because I've been doing this stream. Anything interesting get uploaded by people? Why is that? Ultra Plus, just Angry Bird. It's a red bird plush from like 2010 sitting on a gaming chair. That's the thumbnail. Zack Scott Games posts PVC Replanted episode 17. How many people are even watching that? 1.8 thousand? Not too bad. But at the same time, it's like I'd rather watch his old PVZ1 Let's Play from like 13 years ago than watch him play PVZ Replanted, because it's just a worse version of the original game. But whatever is relevant, I guess. Actually, speaking of Zack Scott Games, which I love that he's never changed his profile picture. I'm sure he's uploaded PVZ, like Garden Warfare 2, he uploaded a new episode 3 weeks ago, 462. Garden Warfare 1, he posted episode 336. I'm surprised he made a Garden Warfare 1 video related to Festivus. So the Christmas stuff, but I don't think they give out those cosmetics still, so he's probably just using them. Okay, yeah, he made a few. Okay, yeah, so he made a bunch of Garden Warfare 1 videos related to the Christmas items. Unfortunately, when I played Garden Warfare 1, I played it on my PS3 with a different PlayStation Network account. I used my dad's PSN. So when I got the PS4 and made my own PSN account, I didn't get to save all that progress. And when I got Garden Warfare 2, they still had the ability to like transfer your save progress and like get all the characters back in the new game, and you even got cool rewards depending on what, like exclusive rewards depending on what level you were. I didn't get to, I was like level 100 plus something in that game, had all the characters, stuff like that, and I couldn't get any of those cool rewards, and because I was on a different PSN, and I didn't get all my characters back, so I had to grind for them all over again. And then when I got Garden Warfare 1 again in like 2019 or something on the PS4, I had to do it all over again. And unfortunately, they don't give out those like holiday items anymore outside of like maybe like one pack of each of those, because they probably just forgot to delete them from new players' inventories after a long time. And so it's like I can't get all those holiday items I used to have on my original profile. Well, I probably still have them if I logged into if I put my disc into the PS3. But I played the heck out of that game. I'm happy with the Garden Warfare 1 videos I made on my channel. I made some pretty nice ones. Maybe not quality-wise, but I'm happy with, like, did you ever play Garden Warfare 1? I imagine you did, or at least you watched videos of it. Do you know the Mega Flower map? Which is the big flower that's in, like, the lighthouse? Like, as the zombies, you have to shoot out of cannons to get to the island it's on and destroy it. Like, get in the lighthouse and kill the flowers, like, stem. Best map. Yeah, that's definitely one of the great maps. Like, one thing I didn't really like about Garden Warfare 2, I still liked Garden Warfare 2. Yeah, it's like definitely one of the top 5 maps. One thing I didn't like about Garden Warfare 2, I don't think a single one of those maps I liked more than about any of the first game's maps. All the first game's maps I loved. The second game's maps I was just like, they're good. Don't get me wrong, they're good, but they didn't have the same appeal to me. And they just weren't as interesting to me as the Garden Warfare 1 maps. I love the Garden Warfare 1 maps. They were so much more interesting to me. And also, I didn't mind the new characters they added. But there was something about the simplicity of the original 8 per side that I just loved. Because the other ones were just like, oh, corn's just soldier put on plants. Corn's just soldier on plants. Rose is just weird engineer, I guess. I don't know. She's kind of unique, but Pirate's just Cactus again, pretty much, with a new ability. Yeah, like, I know Rose is engineer, but like, she could make those portals. But like, all her abilities are practically entirely different though, and what she can do, but that is the role she plays, which I know why, because they made a counter, they made Herbal Assault, or whatever, so like opposite of Gardens and Graveyards. Which I still call it that, even though that's not what it's called anymore. So I think the game mode's called something different, but I think depending on what map it is, it's still called Gardens and Graveyards or Herbal Assault, but nobody calls it that. Because like, it's pretty much two modes in one. They didn't want to make all the maps where plants are the attackers and zombies are the defenders, or plants are defending and zombies are attacking as two different modes. They didn't want to do that, so they just made it into one mode. Yeah, Turf Takeover, that's what they called it, right. I think Herbal Assault, if I'm remembering correctly, is just the sub-name of any of the maps that the plants are the attackers. That would make sense to me. Herbal Assault, they're herbs attacking, so it's an assault. But no one ever calls them that, because that's only something you only see in the loading screen, that name tag, or that description. I still love that game. Not sure how I feel about the third one, if you can even call that Garden Warfare 3. I have it on my PS Plus. I can't download it because I need PS Plus to download my PS Plus games, but I do. It was free for PS Plus for a month once, so I do have it in my library, but I've never played it. Because I was just like, the thing I loved about these games was, one, I liked the art style, which it looked completely different, and two, there was all the variants and stuff in that supposed third game. Sure, they didn't call it that, so technically is it the third game? Pretty much is. They got rid of the thing I loved about it, which was all the cool, unique variants. It's the one thing that made that game unique from different shooters. Well, the one major thing. So, did we ever play Plants vs. Zombies together? I don't think we did. Ever. I don't think we ever did. It's kind of funny. Maybe I just never talked about it. But yeah, PvZ was a huge part of my early childhood. I love those games. Like, one big reason I got a PS4 was to play Battlefront 1 and Garden Warfare 2. To the point where those are like the only two games I have physically, because I got them, I think, before I got my PS4. I bought them before, with like birthday money, or maybe I got them for Christmas. And I already knew I wanted to buy a PS4 with the birthday money I saved up for like 2 years. And so like those are the only two PS4 games I have digitally or physically. I found out about PvZ I think before that. Well, Garden for 1 maybe. Garden for 1, I don't know if I watched Zach Scott's videos first. I probably did, but like I watched PvZ, like his PvZ 1 playthrough, his PvZ 2 playthrough in like 2013 when the game came out as like soft launch. I think it was originally available only in Australia for a few months, and it looked completely different, at least the map. Then I probably discovered Garden for 1 through either him or I watched multiple people's Garden for 1 playthroughs, like Ghost Robo, Masterov, 8-Bit Theater. The game was originally a Yeah, that's probably how I found about Garden Warfare 1, but I already knew about PvZ for a few years before that, which, to be fair, the franchise wasn't that old. It dates back to 2009 when we were 4 years old. And that game came out when we were 9. Which is weird to think about. That game became 10 years old 2 years ago. Which is crazy. I made a post celebrating the anniversary of the game, of Garden Warfare 1. Like, I took a picture of my my copy of Garden Warfare 1 from PS3, and I put it like years later I tracked down, I somehow found on eBay a Diamond Collectibles Toxic P action figure that they released in like 2016 before the release of the second game. It's a very rare figure, and I somehow found one after like years of looking for one for not a terrible price, and got it for Christmas one year. So I took a picture of that next to my copy of the game and said, "Happy 10th anniversary to Garden Warfare 1." It's a shame we'll probably never get a Garden Warfare 3. PopCap just isn't the same as they used to be. And I don't even think the studio that made those games exists anymore. Like PopCap Vancouver or whatever is now like EA Vancouver. Or it was either renamed that and they eventually just closed the studio altogether, I believe. Like the game dev studio that made the Garden Warfare games. I don't even know who's still working on it. There might be like a small skeleton crew of devs working on it to like fix bugs, maybe. Yeah, like, I don't know what it is, but my two favorite shooters of all time, Garden Warfare and Battlefront, seem to be cursed and will never get third entries. Battlefront might be possible. That's if it just doesn't seem like EA wants to make that, and currently EA was bought. Did you see how the EA was bought recently? Oh yeah, another funny thing about those two. They're both EA games, now I think about it. That's weird. To be fair, I'd rather play EA shooters than like Call of Duty. I much prefer Battlefield over Call of Duty. I just never really cared for it. It's too fast-paced for me. And you get killed in like one shot. Did you see that EA was bought by like a Saudi Arabian company or the Saudi Arabian government? That happened last year. So who flipping knows what will happen there? Because Saudi Arabia is just that flipping rich that they can do whatever the heck they want, and they decided, let's buy one of America's largest gaming companies. The reason I say Battlefront is more likely is because even though, like, obviously EA owns, they bought the studio that originally made the original Battlefront games, and then they were given the rights obviously by Lucasfilm, and they decided to call it Battlefront since they technically owned that name. I don't know if they own that name entirely. They bought the studio that made those games, but I'm like, did that studio partially own that name? Or was it a name they were given? Because I'm like, wouldn't Disney own the Battlefront name technically? So it is possible we could probably get another Battlefront game. It would just be made by a different dev, and at that point, of course, it would not be Battlefront 3. It would just be Battlefront Reboot number 2. So yeah, Disney has to own, or Lucasfilm has to own that name, because the original Battlefront 3, I don't know if you knew there was original Battlefront 3 that never came out. That game got to like 80+% completion, and it was made by a different dev than the original two Battlefront games. So yeah, Disney, or Lucasfilm, and I guess Disney now, owns the Battlefront name. So they could just give it to a different studio. but then we'll never get Battlefront 3 because it'll just be Battlefront again. And then it'll take another decade to get Battlefront 2 again. And then maybe, just maybe, they would make Battlefront 3. Maybe. But that could take like another 20 years, I feel like, which is just like, I don't want to... Like, I would love Battlefront 3, but it's like... By the time they make Battlefront 3, if they go that route, I'm gonna be flipping like 40. So... And the people who originally played the original Battlefront games in the 2000s when they were kids would be like 60 or 50. Their 50s. So I'm like, I don't think I want that. I don't want that to happen. So please, EA, make Battlefront 3 because I liked both of those games. As much trash talk as EA gets, and it's warranted in a lot of cases, those were good games they made. Like, those were good games, and I would like to see those good games get sequels. Sure, PvZ is pretty much a dead IP now. They can't even make a good third game. So, let alone a Garden Warfare 3 that is actually called that. Like, I still feel like there's some hope for Battlefront. I don't really think there is for Plants vs. Zombies, unfortunately. Which is kind of sad. But that's poor management on PopCap's and EA's part on that way, or on that side of things. That's their own IP that they messed up. Whereas like Star Wars, it's like they don't technically own that, so it's more Disney that would mess it up than EA. The only thing EA can mess up about it is not making it or making it bad, and so far, I still wouldn't say Battlefront 2 launched as a bad game. It got a ton of hate, even though like the microtransactions were taken out of it pretty much when the game came out, so that part wasn't even worth complaining about anymore. It got so much hate and so much bad press that people ignored that game despite how good it was and how good it became until like last year when people finally realized, wait, this game's good? I'm like, it always has been. Wow. It's like that picture of the astronaut with the gun in front of the Earth with the other astronaut. It's that meme from like 8 years ago. Wait, Battlefront 2 is good? Always has been. Just people ignored it. So I'm happy people finally realized that game was good. But whether or not I buy another EA game only depends on if they make one of those two games. And Battlefront is more likely, which I don't know if is saying much, because it doesn't seem like EA is interested in making another multiplayer Star Wars game. Do I have enough dirt? I hope so, because I have to plug these holes. I feel like I probably still have enough. I really hope I'm not just like a few blocks short. That would be terrible. But I've already filled up this much space, so I should have enough. This stream has gone on a lot longer than I thought it would. Usually when I do a stream and nobody ever shows up, I usually just talk about random things because it's like, who would want to watch a stream in the future where I don't talk about anything? It's like, for instance, I would talk about like, oh, here's the newest Transformers that were announced, or whatever. Like, let's say if nobody showed up and I streamed this tomorrow instead of today, I would talk about like, oh, here's the latest Star Wars figures they announced today, because they're announcing more Star Wars figures tomorrow. Stuff like that. But thankfully, for the last few streams, I haven't had to do that. So at least somebody has shown up and decided to talk to me, so that's cool. Because it does get kind of boring just working on this and just talking to yourself for hours on end. Probably take some Advil after this, because my head kind of hurts now. One thing that's kind of funny, I guess I said my birthday's later this month. And one funny thing my dad and I talked about, like he really wants to go to a bar with me or whatever, because it's gonna be my 21st birthday. But because I don't want to drink like alcohol, like ever. Fun fact, I've never even drank soda. So it's like, just by choice. So it's like, so it would just be, if we did go to a bar, just so to please him, all it would happen is just he would buy 2 drinks and he would drink both of them. Which I find pretty funny. Yeah, pretty much, if you didn't gather that, if I've never drank soda before, all I drink is just water, lemonade, maybe fruit punch occasionally. That's pretty much it. So it's like that would be my 21st birthday experience with him, if that's what he did. Like, do you really want that? Like I said that. I'm like, you're just gonna buy 2 drinks and drink them both and just say one of them's for me. Do you really want that? Like, obviously, he wants to do it because it's just a rite of passage thing, but it's like, do you realize who you're talking to? I'm not touching that. Is there a reason? No. Just a thing I decided to do when I was a kid. I was just like, alcohol is understandable, soda, not really. I just decided, no. Alcohol, I decided because I'm like, everything I ever hear about it is always bad, so why would I even dabble in that? People die in drunk car crashes. People's organs fail after enough usage of that stuff. Why would I want that? I'd rather just avoid it. I'm pretty sure there's a term for that. Like I've heard like teetotaler or whatever is a term for people who decide to just not drink that. So I guess technically I fall into that category. I don't know what that means, but it's just like, I don't why would I want to endanger myself with this stuff. Just looking at it from a smart point of view, like, it seems dumb. Like, sure, like, maybe temporarily you'll feel nice drinking that stuff, but you'll feel terrible afterward, and with enough usage of it, you could die. Either at an early age because of an accident caused by like you not being fully aware of what you're doing, or organ failure. So no thanks. Like, I'm not a religious person, if you're wondering if that's it. It's just my personal choice. Like, I guess you could call me an atheist, because it's just like, I don't flipping care about religion. Because I guess that's the word used for people who just aren't religious. Or whatever. It's just a decision I made myself. I'm just like, that's not a good idea. So I might as well not even touch it. Everything points to it being a terrible idea. It sounds like such a terrible sounding word for what it really is. Like, there's nothing wrong with being atheist, if that's what it's called. In the modern world, I feel there is no, like, there's nothing wrong with being unattached from a religion. Dictate your own life. Don't have others do it for you. And also, just history doesn't point to religion always being a good thing. That's on purpose. It's meant to sound bad. Because the word was created by religious people. They don't want people being not religious, so they made it sound like the worst thing ever. When in reality, especially in the modern world, who cares? Do what you want. It doesn't matter what people think. Like, yeah, it's that's on purpose. 100%. It's dumb. It's so dumb. You don't even need a word to describe that. It's just, you're just a normal person. You don't have to be lumped into a group of a bunch of people and follow a tradition people have been following for 2,000 plus years. Make your own path. That's what I say. The funny thing about me being pretty much, I guess, atheist, I didn't know that was a thing until, like, I already knew. I'm like, heck, religion, who cares? It was like, for whatever reason, my parents, especially my mom, were scared of putting me in a regular school, because my middle school experience wasn't the greatest. Not that it wasn't bad, I was good at school, but it's just, I was not good at interacting with people at all. Because I'm autistic. So, I have high functioning autism, so it's just, I'm not great with interactions. And I behave slightly differently, but I'm perfectly fine otherwise. I'm not like disabled. But anyway, so I went to a private school for high school. Loved that place. But either it was expensive, so they couldn't keep me there for a few more years, or whatever. So they put me at a religious school for whatever flipping reason, which was directly next door because they took over half of the building. And I was the atheist in the religious school. And I was just like, what the heck is this place? I hated every second of it. I said to my mom, I'm like, this is me at like 12, 13. I said to my mom, I'm like, I gave her like the warning signs I saw. And I was like, please don't make me. And then at the end of the school year, I was like, please don't make me go there again. But then they just didn't look into it or whatever, so I went there a second year. Like, one of the stupidest things that I heard at that place, it was a very small school. I felt bad for every single student there because I'm like, these guys are probably rejects from actual schools. And there was just something so fake feeling about the people who ran the place. I didn't like them at all. I think I still did okay grades-wise there. It was just like, I did not like being there. And I was there for 2 school years. 8th and 9th grade. Where I was at the other school for 3 years, from 5th to 7th. And like, one of the first things, we had a Bible class, because of course there was at a school like this. The teacher, who was like a diabetic type 1, so she was born with it or whatever, one of the first things she said to us was like, someone asked like, what about the other religions or whatever? It's like, they're wrong and they go to hell or something. That's like what she said, and I'm just like, she seemed like such a nice person on the outside, but then when you get to that, I'm like, you're not a nice person, are you? Or at least you've been taught not to be nice in that way. And I'm just like, why would I trust an organization that teaches me to hate people that are different when it comes to their beliefs? Why would I? And that's pretty much every religion. Every religion teaches to hate the other. So why would I want that? They're a source of conflict. A lot of wars, especially in the Middle East, are historically have been fought over such petty things as that. So it's like, why would I want, like, already I was like anti-religion because it's just stupid to me, but also that reinforced it more. And also, does nobody pay attention to the 95 Thesis? And the reason that happened in the first place is because the Catholic Church was selling passes through purgatory, which I'm like, 1, I don't even know if purgatory exists, and 2, you're just doing this to make money because you're corrupt. And history has proven time and time again that the Catholic Church is corrupt. So it's just like, why would I? No. So I don't know. Another stupid thing I heard there, are you still listening? Was we had a science teacher, which, by the way, why do you have a science class at a religious school? That's the complete opposite of religion is science, so it doesn't make sense to have a science class. Because the whole point of religion is to, like, explain the world. It was used to explain why the world is the way it is before we knew better. Before we had scientific proof of things. So it's like, science is the complete opposite of religion, and yet they had a science class because it probably just required you to be a school. And this teacher, she said to us, straight up, that acne or whatever is like sourced from original sin or something. I'm like, this is the dumbest thing I have ever heard come out of anyone's mouth. This is literally the dumbest thing, and no wonder you work here. If you tried to say that at any other school, you would, one, either not get accepted, or two, if you somehow were accepted there, get fired, because that is not science. So, I thought that was hilarious and stupid. So both of those things were things I said to my mom. I'm like, do you realize what the heck is going on here? I was like, I'll put up with the 1 year, but please get me out of here. Because I was like, I'm sure I can do good at a regular school. I've matured since then. But then I was put there again because they didn't listen to me, or they didn't pay attention, or whatever. So happy when I finally got to an actual high school. It was like, best years of my education were at the high school I went to. Loved every teacher, well, most of them. There's only like one or two I didn't really like. Not really. One of them kind of their fault, the other one not so much. And still semi. But did really good grade-wise, like usual, and I just had a lot of fun the 3 years I was there. So yeah. Okay, I think that's every hole plugged. And now I have a little bit of excess dirt. Nowhere near enough to double this platform size. Obviously, I'm gonna need like another 10 double chests probably to do that. But I think that's every hole. The grass is ready to grow. You still there? So yeah, once I make this map, I'll probably end the stream, because I'm not going to sit here waiting for the grass to grow for another like 30 minutes. You're just playing Minecraft? It's hard to type as much when you're playing Minecraft. Are you playing on your phone, or are you on console? Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Let's put this dirt away. Console. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. What are you up to in your world? Are you playing in a world that you have friends play on? Or is it a solo world of yours that you've had for a little bit? Or did you just make one? See the dirt filling in. This one. I love looking at maps when they fill like this. You're looking for the Tree City world? It's a really cool world. I was happy with the work we did with that. I remember we found like pandas and bamboo before those naturally spawned. Like pandas did, but bamboo didn't. So we had to like either get it by killing pandas or fishing it in that world. For whatever reason, they added both of those things before they added the bamboo part of like the bamboo jungle sub biome or whatever. It was really weird because I remember one day we were just playing and I was like, I don't remember if we knew pandas were in the game or we knew they were coming but we didn't think they were in the game yet, and then one day we just saw one and how shocking it was. It was like, this is awesome. Like it was like one of the first brand new mobs I think I ever saw. I was like, oh, this is really cool. It was a really interesting experience. We had like, how many people on that world? Probably 4 or 5 people playing on that world at once. To be fair, on old PS4 edition, you could only have like, what, 8 people? So a pretty packed world for PS4 edition standards. I remember, sometimes I rewatch the very first live stream I did, and when we played on that world, sometimes I would do live streams for like, I think like the longest live stream I think I've ever done ever was on that world, and it was like 13 hours long. We played on that world for 13 hours. Late at night, we just talked about random things like Adventure Time or Ninjago, which, by the way, Ninjago becomes 15 years old in a few days. Yeah. It's like if you touch any, like because remember people would randomly join sometimes because we run like Minecraft communities. Remember when communities existed? Like people could randomly join the world sometimes through that. So we had to have like, oh, this is the guard house. The other side of the jungle is everything else. If you mess with this or anything else, you get kicked. Unfortunately, communities don't exist anymore, which is unfortunate. They got rid of them on PS4 because they never added them to PS5, and they didn't want to moderate them anymore. Like I remember after like I got my final messages from those communities, I didn't delete them, so I had them in my message section long after the feature no longer existed. But then one day they finally got deleted by PlayStation, like one at a time. It's just like, oh, communities are finally gone forever because the last messages from them are gone. It was sad to finally see, because I didn't use communities much, but it was a cool feature. Like, it was cool to see people post like pictures from like the internet, like they would download it from like a USB stick and put it onto the console. It was cool to see like what people were up to, cool to see all the parties playing like Battlefront 2. But now that no longer exists because PlayStation is too lazy to keep a cool feature like that going. From what I've heard, they've been slowly, with each and every, like with every few updates to the PlayStation 4 software, they've been removing features because they want people to go to PS5 instead. So like recently, they got rid of, it was a feature I never used, but they got rid of, what was it? Like was it like a competition bracket thing you could do or whatever, or some weird party-esque feature? Yeah, I never did that. I still don't have the PlayStation app, so I still have, like recently, like all the pictures I got from that I would use in like the group chats for pictures I got from communities, and I still have like all of them on my PlayStation. I finally put them all into a private video of just those images because I was like, one day I'll probably delete these to make for space. So I was like, by saving the images I got by doing this, I can finally give myself a reason to delete them. Besides but I still like, do I want to delete these and someday, one day, just randomly post one of those images in their group chat just for old time's sake, even though it'd be one that people saw like 8 years ago. I remember a lot of the people who ran those communities, where they, like, near the end, they'd be like, oh, well, the communities are getting shut down. I guess we just made a Discord server, so join this. I've never used Discord, so all those guys are now lost to me. Not that I hang out with pretty much any of them, but I really just used it to see what people were talking about and what pictures people posted. I remember there was a community that was like the Church of Morgan Freeman, and it was like the picture for the background, it was like Morgan Freeman as like God, and Satan was like what's his name? How am I forgetting it? Not Bruce Willis. I know his flipping face. Why can I not think of his name? I'll probably just look at the image later, but I remember that it was just like, what the heck is this? Who made it? I think it was like a private community as well. So like you couldn't join it, you could just look at it. And it was like, what is this? Who made this? It was so stupid. Yeah, I have a community post. Actually, I never checked to see. Yeah, Pleasure Zombies 2 from Zack Scott Games. I was going to check what's his latest upload for that series. Surprised he can even keep track anymore, but to be fair, he hasn't made a video on it in like a month, which is surprising. Pleasure Zombies 2, episode 1260 was the latest I can see. Which is crazy, and that's from a month ago. 1260. That is 12 years of videos. Plus. That is really funny to me. He just never stopped that series. Yeah, so I have a post going up on January 14th. I forget why I chose this specific date. I think it was either because the Ninjago pilot came out, like the first episode of the pilot miniseries, or whatever. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the first Ninjago sets came out like January 1st, so they're probably already 15 years old, but I wrote, Happy 15th anniversary to LEGO Ninjago, which is still one of my favorite LEGO things of all time. And I used like the classic artwork from the original first year. I love the art style of, like, there was something about Ninjago in its early days that just really appealed to me. Like, they nailed it for first impression. But now it's like, I would never buy a current Ninjago set, as cool as they look, and they are really cool looking, and the newest sets, which are coming out for the 15th anniversary, are really cool because they're based off the show and older designs and stuff. It's like there was something about them initially that I liked in the first place, and then after a while it just didn't feel the same. I remember I watched the series from start to its original finale, which was the Golden Power, like, fight against the Overlord or something. Some random island, I forget what it was about, but that was the original series finale. The series was going to end there, because like most LEGO themes, it was originally supposed to last only about 3 years. Or 2.5 years. And the series ended. And then it was gone for like a year or so, and they brought LEGO Chima in instead, because they wanted to try to do Ninjago again, like a cool theme like that. Like, Ninjago was the first, like, I think, super popular LEGO theme since, like, Bionicle, in terms of how much effort they put into it. Which I also watched Bionicle. I watched Bionicle movies on Netflix as a kid, and I even owned 2 Bionicles from 2005. In fact, right in front of me, one thing we use our Christmas tree is still up. It's to the right of me. One thing we put on the Christmas tree is a picture, a family picture of me, my siblings, and my cousins, all of them. It's the only picture we've ever gotten of all of us together, and it's from 12 to 13 years ago. And in my hands is the red Bionicle Toa from 2005, from I think the third Bionicle movie. I got that from my grandparents because they found it somewhere. I don't remember if they found it like a garage sale or something, estate sale. Maybe even my cousin owned it, I don't know. But that's in my hands in that picture, because it's probably around the time I found out they had it and I messed with it, and then I brought it home after that when we went back home. Eventually I did lose it though. I don't know where it is now, but that was one of my favorite Lego sets. Because it's just like, oh, I have a Bionicle. Like, Bionicle was something I really only knew about from the movies, because the series was already over for like a year or two before I got really into Legos, or it was just ending its original run when I got into Legos. So I had no idea it existed until I watched the movies about it. Yeah, back to Ninjago, it's like, I love the art style they used for the first year. I love the simplicity of it. The spinners were awesome. Something about, like, the perfect timing. Like, Lego would never do something like that now. Because, like, they were trying to capitalize on, like, Beyblade's popularity, probably. Which was still semi-popular, even back then, still. When they revealed who the Green Ninja was? Yeah, it was. Initially, it was like, I watched the show from when it started to when it ended. Initially, so like season 0 technically to season like 2 or 3. And I pretty much stopped. I watched Nintroids that season, which is the first season after they originally ended the show. But I never watched it again because either I lost cable, so I stopped watching it, or I just lost interest. But basically, originally in the series, they initially were hinting that Kai's the Green Ninja. He's the main character, so of course he's going to become the Green Ninja. Then they did a bait and switch and brought in a new character. It was so funny. It's just like, nope, it's not the main character. It's this new kid we're bringing in, and he's a flipping child. And we're going to age him up through magic to make him actually the age he should be to be a ninja. And guess what? He's the son of a main villain from the first series, or from the first miniseries. It's just like, what? It was so stupid, but I loved it. Like, and Kai was like, yeah, it was not funny. It should have been Kai. I agree. In fact, I saw something really funny. I forget, it was Pymations or something. Somebody, an animator on YouTube, made a, it should have been me, not him meme. Someone made an animated version of that as Ninjago, and it was Kai looking at the Green Ninja saying, "It should have been me." Ninjago, it should have been me, not him. Yeah, it's a meme from Yu-Gi-Oh! That's where it's from. Ninjago first and last lines. What do you mean 2011 to 2022? I don't think the series is over, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, Ninjago lasted from like season 1 in 2011 to like, oh yeah. The video is called "My Boy Kai Was Robbed in Ninjago." It's not fair. It's such a funny, yeah. Blunt Brothers Productions. That's who made it, and it came out like 11 months ago. It's such a funny video. You should watch it. It's so good. It's a YouTube short. It's so stupid. It's so funny. Because it's like, you're not wrong. It should have been him. But at the same time, I get it why they didn't. One, it was a cool plot twist, and two, then we wouldn't have had a red ninja anymore, and it would have felt weird. So, part of me is happy that Lloyd was introduced, because it's like, now we get the red, black, white, blue, and green ninjas, instead of just... I'm sure they would have found a new red ninja, probably, but maybe Nia was going to be the new red ninja. But initially it was just like they hint towards, oh, it's gonna be our main character, our hero, Kai, and then they're like, nope, it's this kid. It's so stupid now that I think about it. And I even thought it was dumb at the time, but it's even more dumb now that I think about it, because it's just like, why? Like, they had to explain, like, they aged him up through magic or something. Like, they didn't give him time to grow up to become that. There was no time skip. It was just... I forget how it happened exactly, but I know it was magic of some sort. Some accident or something happened and he became an adult. It was so bizarre. But I love that show, even though I haven't seen it beyond, like, season 4, if that's what if that's what if Nindroids is season 4. I do remember seeing like clips of later seasons, but I never watched it in full because I just stopped watching TV. Yeah, Magic Snake BS. So weird. In a comic book store. What if they replaced, instead of having Lloyd show up, Kai becomes the green ninja, and then the brown ninja shows up. You know, like the comedic character, and he becomes the new red ninja. Or they just don't even have a new red ninja, and just the brown ninja is just a character now. That would have been funny. That would have been hilarious. Oh well. Eventually, one of these days, I should probably go and watch like all 16 or 17 seasons of Ninjago, but it's just like... The problem with watching a series like that is... Like, the problem with rewatching a series after you weren't there for like a good like majority of its run, even though I was there for all of its original intended run. It only continued because it was so popular. And moms literally, it was like an Optimus Prime dies situation where moms wrote to Lego, continue Ninjago, my child loves it. We don't want knockoff Thundercats. We want Ninjago. It's like, a part of me wants to do that, but the one problem with rewatching that show, especially when you weren't there for the majority of its run, is a part of you might want to get the sets. And all of those sets have now been out of print for a decade, so it's like, dang it. So it's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to get invested in designs I didn't experience as a child. Please no. I don't want that to happen. As much as I love Legos, they don't have the same appeal they did when I was a kid. Especially now, like, they're so expensive. Legos were always expensive, but they're even worse. Like, they're so dumb. Like, the latest Lego Death Star is $1,000. I'm not even joking. Versus like what it was originally in like 2008, and when they reissued it with better upgrades in like 2016, it's like, nope, not worth it. I don't know. Maybe I will just hang around until the grass grows, and then I'll finally end the stream, because I enjoy talking. Especially when I haven't talked to you in forever, even if it's like I'm not talking to you physically. It's like... I recommend finding that video. It's so accurate. It's just like, my god, someone reminded me of this plot line. Like, he would dream about being the Green Ninja and stuff like that. Like, once he heard about it, he was like, oh, I want to be the cool guy. I'm like, Kai, you're already a cool guy. You don't need to be a cooler guy. You already saved your sister from the evil of the skeletons in Garmadon. You don't need to be the coolest guy in the world. Canon event where you talk every few years. Yeah, when I get PS Plus again, whenever that happens, I'll tell you about it, and we can maybe play either Battlefront or Plants vs Zombies or whatever if we can just find servers for those games at that point, or just Minecraft. It'd be fun to play another Minecraft multiplayer server or world, not a server. It's like, I get it. I get why people stop playing with me over time, because it's like, I don't buy games. I'm stuck with the few games I have, for the most part. And I'm perfectly fine with people playing other games. It's like... Fortnite would be fun. It's just like... One of the things with Fortnite, I don't think I've ever deleted it. But the thing about that game is, recently, like... less than a year ago, they deleted Team Rumble, which was the thing I played the most because it was the most casual. It wasn't stress-inducing or anything. I didn't feel bad for losing. I could just play the game and have fun. And they replaced it with something else, and I don't know if it's as good. I'm like, why did you get rid of Team Rumble when it's been in the game for like 6 years? So, isn't that wild that we've been playing Fortnite probably since 2017? I know I played in 2017. I'm sure you may have. Like, that's weird to me that I've been playing that game for over 8 years of my life. Like, the only other game that can compare to that would be Minecraft. And I was not expecting that when I played that game for the first time. To be fair, you never expect that, but especially back then, it's like, oh, here's this cool experimental battle royale mode with these quirky, funny-looking characters. And it's free. I was not expecting to play this game for this long. Yeah. It's like... It was such a... Like, it's still a fun game. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, I was not expecting to play this for borderline almost a decade. Like, and at this point, they rarely ever release things I want to get. Like, I have saved the world mode, so I don't need to, and I'm a founder, so I don't need to buy V-Bucks. I can just grind for them. So I can just grind for V-Bucks to get battle passes for free, or skins I like. But they rarely ever release battle passes or skins I like, so it's like, I'm mostly just grinding for it and save the world, just saving it forever until they do something. Because at this point, I have so many skins from back then that I like more than all the stuff they come out with now. Maybe it's a nostalgia thing, maybe it's just I like older designs. So it's just, there's something appealing about the older designs before Fortnite was what it is now. It's weird to think like, oh, Fortnite was its own thing back then. Maybe you have like a reference or two to other things, like the Reaper's based off John Wick, but actually isn't him. The first, like sure, they had a cross promotion pretty early on in its life. Season 3 is when they introduced the first Thanos event. It's like solo play, and Thanos was a thing that you could become and play as and fight against and stuff. That was the first ever like promotion they ever did with the game. Outside of Twitch stuff, I guess. But that wasn't really Twitch related. Mostly, maybe Sub Commander, but the other ones not so much. Those other ones were just, oh, here's random items we haven't released yet. I guess we'll release them this way. So it was really, like, it was really unique to see, like, oh, this game was still had its own identity. Yeah, it came out for Infinity War, not even Endgame. Infinity War was the first Thanos event, and it was like solo. By the way, because I never played solo really ever, that was the only solo win I ever had for like a whole like 4 years. I eventually did get one, but like for a while, when it said one, it was only that. But then they eventually removed it from my record because it was later been like, no, this is a special mode actually, so it doesn't count. So I'm like, dang it. So now I don't have a solo win on under my belt. Because I was like, I want to play this game with friends, so I never played solo, and I also just was kind of scared of solo. Because I was like, I'm not that very good at this game. Okay, my brother was just like going through the freezer to look for a cold mask, but he can't find it. I'm guessing it's in his room somewhere. That or my dad took it. Okay. Should hear his door close any second. I think. He's just dumping a bunch of his trash into the trash can. Do I want to sit here and wait for this to grow? This can take a while. I should probably make more torches, that would help. That would help increase the growth if I had more torches. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say a long time ago now. when I brought up the 13-hour stream and when I would stream on that world. I remember, I don't know if you're still here, I imagine you are. The first thing I ever said, or we ever talked about together during the first Minecraft stream was, I don't know if this will do well. I was like, Minecraft really isn't that popular anymore. And you assured me, no, Minecraft will do great. And I was like, okay. Either way, I was like, I'm still gonna play it with you because I have so much fun with this game, but it was just like, I wonder if streaming it will be good. Sure, I've never made money on any videos because they've never done well consistently enough to warrant that. But to warrant alright, why did I do that? I need to take down another tree. Like I said, like we talked about this. Fast forward a few months, PewDiePie makes his Minecraft video. The entirety of YouTube comes back to playing Minecraft. So it's like, in a way, like we were there during that kind of dead period. We were still making we made Minecraft videos when YouTube didn't want to make Minecraft videos. So it was like, at the time I felt, oh, the appeal is we're one of the few people making Minecraft videos, so maybe people will watch it. And then fast forward, everybody's making Minecraft videos again, and I'm just like, what happened? I thought this game was dead. Well, not dead, but at least YouTube-wise, like no one was making content for it anymore. Everybody moved to Fortnite. And to be fair, it's kind of weird for me that we ever thought that, because it's like, it's not like people weren't still making Minecraft videos most of the time, like only a year and a half ago. Like 2016 was the last, like sure, Minecraft was no longer in its golden age back then, but so many people were still making Minecraft videos. 2017, still mostly people making Minecraft videos. Until the end of that year. Then 2018 was just so dominated by Fortnite. Every Minecraft YouTuber made Fortnite videos that we just forgot how long it had been since people made Minecraft videos. Even though it only been not that long of a time. It just felt like a long time because in internet time it had been. A whole year of not many people making Minecraft videos at the time, that's like forever. So, like considering how short of a lifespan trends have, it's like a whole year of not many people making Minecraft videos or people not wanting to watch Minecraft videos. The game truly felt like it was dead. And we just lost track of time of how long it had been since it really was last popular. So it really wasn't that long. It just felt like it. Like really, Minecraft wasn't top dog on YouTube gaming for only about a full year. So it's, and sure, I don't know. I'd probably say Minecraft is more popular than Fortnite videos today, but I don't know. I'm more of a Minecraft guy than a Fortnite guy anyway. Like, I've always preferred Minecraft videos over Fortnite ones. Like, sure, I watched Fortnite videos in like 2018, but past that, I didn't really watch it anymore. I lost interest in Fortnite videos. Didn't mean I lost interest in playing it, but in terms of Minecraft, I've always loved watching Minecraft videos, and I've always loved playing it. So it's like, really, like, I liked Fortnite videos when they still felt new, but after Chapter 1 ended, it was just like, I don't want to watch this anymore. The only thing I've ever watched, like, Fortnite-wise, for videos in the last, like, few years is like, oh, here's the next event. Like, here's when the next Star Wars stuff is happening, or, like, news-related stuff. I don't watch people play the game. I'm just like, oh, they're going to do a new Star Wars event this May. I'm gonna watch that so I can learn about it. Yeah, C-Day was so funny. Has he made a video in forever? Like, I remember, I think he came back once, not too, like, a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago now, it felt like forever ago, but there was a long time where he didn't make any videos, and then he finally made a video again, and then he probably went silent again. I loved watching C-Day's videos. One of the ironic things, everybody makes fun of Ali A's intro. I forget what I started watching Ali A for. It wasn't Fortnite. But ironically, maybe it was Pokemon Go. I remember I watched a few Pokemon Go videos he made. Speaking of which, Pokemon Go is becoming 10 years old this year, which is crazy. Probably around this summer. And the only reason I say that is because I remember where I was when the game came out. Yeah, geez. Like, yeah, it was years ago. Like, it felt like it wasn't too long ago, but for me, I'm like, that could be ages ago for all I know, now I think about it. You're so old. To be honest, we're not that old. We're very much still young adults, but we are adults. We are not kids anymore. As weird as that sounds. We're not teenagers either. We haven't been part of the main generation in like over a decade. Isn't that weird that our generation ended long ago? Like, I never really thought about it. And anytime you get old enough to really think about that, you're always no longer part of the main generation, pretty much. Unless you're like one of the earliest members of your generation. Usually when you start to learn about that stuff, you are never, ever old. You're never old enough, like young enough to still be in the current generation. I kind of thought about this like last year. Like, I thought about it. I'm like, where would we be placed in our generation? Where would I be placed? And by extension, you, because you're barely younger than me. Only like a week and a half. And I thought, so if you separated Gen Z in half, Gen Z lasted from about 97, 98 to 2012 or so is when it finally ended. Which is weird to think about. Maybe 2011. I don't know. It ended over almost 15 years ago now, which is crazy. It's been 2 generations since we were new on the block, I guess. Since we were the new kids. But basically, so it lasted from like let's say 1998 or 97. I think it was 97 actually. 1997 to 2011, 2012. 2005, whatever it is, I don't remember whatever the numbers are. 2005 is in the direct middle of that, which is the year we were born. 2005 is the direct middle of whatever the 2 numbers is. So you would say, so I was like, so if you're born in the first half of 2005, you're part of the earlier half of our generation. And if you're born in the latter half, so let's say July onward of 2005, you're part of the younger half of the generation. Because we were born in the very early months of the year, we are technically, if you think about it from that standpoint, if you cut it in half, we're technically on like the older half. Which I thought was interesting when I thought about it that way. I'm like, oh yeah, sure, I wouldn't say we're the youngest members of our generation or anything, but we are part of the older half, if you think about it that way. I just thought that was interesting. Isn't that an interesting thought? I'm gonna look this up. Like, I thought about this and I'm just like, that makes sense. Let's see. Gen Z years. 1997 to 2012. So that is, at least according to whatever, Wikipedia. Individuals born between 1997 and 2012. So that would be 15. Is that 15 years? 3 years would be 2000. Yeah, so 15 years. If you cut that in half, you get about 7.5 years. 7.5 years after 1997. Hope I did my math correct. 1997 plus 7.5. Well, that doesn't help me at all. Well, 3 years later would be 2000. So 4, that would be, 0.5 would be 2004, 0.5, so that would be the first half of 2005. So yeah. So 2005 is the direct middle of those years. And because we were born in the early half of that year specifically, if you cut that in half, if you cut our generation in half, we are technically on the other side. We are on the earlier end, which is kind of fascinating. I don't think most people think that way, but it's just an interesting thing to think about. Like, I remember the reason I'm thinking about this, I even thought about in the first place, I remember I found a random community post by somebody in my just recommended feed, and it was a picture of like outside, and it was, you wake up and it's now the year 2005, what do you do, or whatever. And there was a lot of like comments being like, oh, I was just born, so I don't know, like, or like, I don't know, he didn't specify, the guy that made the post, that it'd be like, oh, you're transported back to what you were back then and where you were. So it's like, so it's like, if you took it from, oh, I'm transferred back to that year and I'm in the form I was at the time, it's like, oh, I was just born, so I don't know, nothing, I can't do anything. And there's a lot of other people that were like, I didn't even exist, and I just thought that was weird. I rarely ever think about people who, like, are older or younger than me. Like, it's weird to look, if you like go down around a neighborhood and you see like a young child in like a backyard, and you're like, it's weird to think, oh yeah, this person was probably born in like 2019 or 2021. Like, it's weird to think about, because it's like, oh, like, I'm still used to being like, oh, I see a young kid in the backyard, it's like, oh, they're only probably still part of my generation, right? No. No, they're not. Not even close. I guess I never really thought that way, but it's like, I'm still used to thinking, oh, they were only born like maybe 2011, 2013. It's like, nope, they were born in this decade, probably, which is bizarre. This decade weirdly felt like it went like super quickly. Like, the 2010s felt like they lasted forever. I don't know if that's just because we were still not that old at the time. Like, the 2010s started when I was 5, so but like I'm happy I was born the year I was. Like, sure, part of me is like, what would it be like to experience the world before that? But it's like, I'm still happy I got to experience what I did when I did, and I'm still happy to be the age I am right now. Yeah, because we're older now, time goes by quicker. It didn't help that also the first like 2.5 years of this decade were just us inside all day because of a pandemic. Yeah, 2005, great year. Might be biased, but just born just in time to experience YouTube in its early golden age. Like, we were there just in time for YouTube to truly take off. So I'm happy I witnessed that, because it's just like, it's so weird to think about, like, oh, kids today, I sound like a flipping old fart saying this, but it's like, they will never know the significance of the annoying orange. Or nugget in a biscuit. Or Fred. So dumb, so stupid. All those things are so stupid, but it's like, those were huge. Why did Fred get its own TV show on Cartoon Network? Or movies? That is beyond me. I don't know. It was really strange, because it was like the early 2010s. Sitting on the toilet. It was so weird for, like, this is when, like, major companies like Legacy Media was starting to pay attention to YouTube created content, and they made, like, oh, kids find this guy appealing, let's make a TV show, let's give him a TV show on our platform. Yeah. I don't know if I was really that big into Annoying Orange. It was just like, it was funny, I guess, to a small degree, but I don't think I ever found it as, like, comedic genius. Though I guess it is easy to be impressed at, like, age 6. Like age 6 or 7 years old. But it is kind of funny, like, to see, oh, here's Cartoon Network hiring these people who make YouTube videos to try to bring in younger children to watch the channel, because they want to watch the people they're watching, but now on TV instead of on their phone or their computer. Like, 2005 is a great year because you just to be born in, because you just got to see technology progress. Like, sure, by the time we were aware of things, the iPhone technically already existed, but it was only in, like, its second model, maybe. The iPod was still a major piece of technology. BlackBerry phones were not that out of date yet. Like, people still used flip phones. People played Club Penguin on computers. Pop Tropica. People played Pokemon Black and White on their DS. I don't know. Just, there's something so interesting about the world back then, because it's both similar and also very different. Where it's like, now it's like, I can't imagine, like, I guess AI. It's like, I can't imagine, like, it's like, do you remember a game called Pop Tropica? Just as I say it. I'm like, I already said it technically, it's just, it's delayed on your end, so I already said it before I saw your message. I wasn't the biggest, like, it was more my sister who played Tropica and Club Penguin, but I would sometimes mess around with it, and I'd watch her play it. I think the last time I ever saw her play it was, like, she randomly went on it in, like, 2018 or something. I don't know if it still exists. I kind of doubt it does. It was very much of its time. Like, I can't imagine that many games like that exist anymore. Especially when, maybe, did it run on Flash? It may have run on Flash Player, now that I think about it. Rest in peace, Flash Player. Do you remember Cool Math Games? Did you know what that was? Wizard 101, yeah. I remember seeing ads for Wizard 101 on, like, Disney Channel, I think. Like, after, like, Wizards of Waverly Place. It was probably like a cross promotion between that show and that game. Cool Math Games. I remember in computer lab at our school, in elementary school, I would log on to Lego.com and play the Flash games they would release for, like, their newest Lego themes. Like Lego Dino from, like, 2011, 2012. I would play the Flash game for that all the time. I bet they stopped making Flash games for Lego themes after a long, like, probably by, like, 2014 they stopped doing it, but it was a cool idea to have, like, Flash games on your website. I wonder if cool math games. Like I remember the only reason I think it was, I don't even think there was anything math related really on that website, or at least if there was, no one ever used it. Cool Math Games was pretty much just a Trojan horse. It was like, this is so kids can play video games while they're at school, and they don't block it because it has math in the title. Might have just you could have just called it Cool Games. It was Newgrounds for elementary schoolers. Because they would just re-upload games from Newgrounds. AndCon? Or was it... I don't know what that is. I might look it up. Back when Internet Explorer was still called that, not Microsoft Edge. Before Cool Math Games. Like, I don't know, I feel like this probably coexisted. Like, some schools eventually got smart enough and learned that Cool Math Games was not math related, like, at all. Like, you would play, like, on Cool Math Games, like Super Smash Flash 2, or, like, that's what I did a lot in, like middle school. I played Super Smash Flash and destroyed people with Goku. Nice thing about, like, even though Flash is no longer available, Flash Player, I'm pretty sure they found a workaround, so you can still play those games on a computer, which is cool. I don't know how it works, but I know that Newgrounds is not dead yet, so that's cool. The Henry Stickmin games, I love playing those. It was weird to see people playing those games again when they made the collection a few years ago, because it's like, I remember watching these when they were being released and playing them at school. And it was just like, oh yeah, Markiplier's playing this again. I remember, like, in the early 2010s, it was like the last period of time where there was like playground like rumors. Like, I remember people talking about, like, when Five Nights at Freddy's came out, and then Five Nights at Freddy's 2 came out, and then Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was coming out, and I remember people, like, discussing it at the playground, like, talking about, like, salvage, because we didn't know it was called Springtrap. And I was just like, that's, like, it's kind of funny to me, like, that's like our equivalent to, like, Mew under the truck at, like, in Pokemon Red and Blue. Like, it's, I can't imagine stuff like that would happen now. Like, that was like the final period of time to where funny rumors and hoaxes and stuff. Yes, I had a few Mighty Beans. I forget how many I had. I probably had like a Star Wars one or something. I had like a pack of Mighty Beans. For like Christmas in like 2010 or 2009, I got like Tech Decks. You know, the like the finger skateboards. I think they make them now, but the original company that made them went out of business, so they were gone for a few years, and then someone bought the rights to them and made them again. Hex bugs, yes. These little bugs that, like, you press the button and they vibrate and they move around, and they made like cool bigger ones. I remember I had like, there was this local toy store of some sort that I used to go to a lot as a little kid, and they used to sell those. And it was fun to mess around with them. Like, they were really cool to me. They had that cool, like, robotic-esque aesthetic that really just was so mid-2000s, and it just leaked into the 2010s. Like, cool little electronic toys like that. Very emblematic of their time. There was the iDog, which was a accessory for like iPods. I know my sister had one of those. Yeah, they were great design and marketing. It's just like, I can't think of anything. To be fair, kids' toys today probably have less effort put into them. They're really designed, if it isn't like a legacy brand, it's really designed for like super duper young children. Which is like not like some of the stuff we grew up with was like that, like Trash Packs. I loved those as a kid because they came out at the right time for me. But like, I don't know. It's like I liked. It's just the collectible aspect of it that I liked. It wasn't really the things themselves. At least in hindsight. Like I love Skylanders. Skylanders was awesome. We'll never have another. Well, so they actually did bring out new Skylanders merch recently. U2s, I imagine you know what those are. They're kind of hard to avoid at this point. Made plushies for Skylanders characters recently. Hello. And it was kind of funny, like a year or two ago, when I stumbled upon the remnants of the Skylanders community on YouTube, and I was just like, you guys are still making videos? It's like, you haven't had anything new to talk about in like 5 years. It's mostly just people that like hunt down like the rare ones at this point. It's pretty much all that's left of that community on YouTube. But it's just funny to look at it and be like, oh yeah, these guys are still holding on, hoping for a new game. Which I never see happening because stores would never buy that kind of stuff anymore. So at least it wouldn't work the same if they ever made a new Skylanders game. And plus it's Activision. I don't know if Activision wants to make anything cool anymore. So, especially when the studio under Activision that made that stuff, their original headquarters closed down like 1.5 years ago. Such a cool place to work. Like, I remember looking at that place as a kid and thinking, oh, this is awesome. And they finally closed it down after they'd spent years working as like a Call of Duty support studio. So they would like work on like assets for Call of Duty after they stopped making their own games. I wonder if I have any hex bugs lying around somewhere. I don't know. There might be like 1 or 2 in like some crate somewhere, but what are some other random gimmicky toys from the early 2010s? Can't really think of any. Like I remember I watched like a year ago, someone made like a video all about that kind of stuff. Like growing up as like a 2000s or 2010s kid. Or like, well, probably 2000s, because anyone who grew up with that kind of stuff that was in the video had to have been born within the 2000s and at a good period of time. Oh yeah, those things. Bakugans, yeah, I love Bakugans. I remember I still have like one Bakugan I've had ever since I was a little kid, like a scorpion looking one that's red. I've had him for as long as I can remember. And I remember after a while Bakugans just disappeared from store shelves, and eventually like years later I found one random one in like a CVS. It had probably been in there for like a few years. Like a green like cylinder looking one. Like there's something so cool about Bakugan. How did I forget about Bakugan? It's like there's something so cool about it. It's like they transform when they touch a magnet. There'd be like a magnet in their card, and you could roll like them in their whatever form, and then they would interact with the magnet and then auto transform. Something so awesome about that. It's like Transformers has never done that. So to be fair, probably because it's you can't make the most complex toys like that, but 2, it's probably also patented, so you can't do that. Did Bandai make those? For whatever reason, they give me a Bandai vibe. Did Bandai make Bakugan? Bakugan. Bakugan. Battle Brawlers was the anime, which is, yeah, this is the stuff that this is the branding at the time. that I remember on the boxes. When did it last? Like what? 2007 was the anime. First episode was 2008. Final episode was also 2008. So, geez, that must have been in there for a long time. Because I found that in like 2013 or 14. Who makes these? Or made these? Oh, Spin Master makes these, okay. I wouldn't be surprised if they import them though, because I'm pretty sure Bakugan's from Japan, and Spin Master is not a thing in Japan to my knowledge. That's an American company. And obviously there was Beyblades. Yeah, you know the exact Red Scorpion? I'll try to find an image of it. I know that they repainted it a few times. It did show up in the show, but I don't think the red version came out. And I don't think the red version was in the show. What's it called? I remember I looked it up a few years ago. And I do have him still. He's still in my dresser. Can I find an image of him? That's not it. What's it called? Like, it's scorpion shaped. It has like claws and a tail, and it turned into a ball. But when I look up Bakugan Scorpion, I'm not finding the one I'm looking for. Probably because that's not its name. That's just what it looks like. Yeah, the one called Scorpion is not what I'm thinking of. Basically, Bakugans, a lot of them like shared the same. They did a lot of recolors. Let's just do Bakugan Red and see if I can find it on like Google Images. To be fair, there is a newer generation of Bakugan, so this might be a little more difficult. I probably use Google image search, but where the heck is it? It had like big green eyes on the front of it, with like silver surrounding it. Like, they were really cool figures. For as simple as they were awesome. Not sure if I'd buy them like as the new ones or whatever, but they were awesome for their time. If you were there for the correct age group, they were great. The heck is it called? Maybe if I search up Bakugan White, I can find it easier. Because I can find like a repaint of it. Because I don't want to use Google image search because I have to go back through many images because I'm not going to grab it right now. If I even still have that image that I took a picture of. Like, I know where it is, but I'm not going to grab it. Why do they have to call one scorpion that doesn't look like a scorpion? I doubt it's crab. Plus, I don't think they would just call it that. No. I have no idea. Is there a wiki? Is there a wiki for this? Papyrus is the attribute. Is there a list of figures that fit this. Not that one. Is this just the show? No. I say Dragonoid, but... I don't know what any of this means because I never watched the show. Let's just say Pyrus. Let's see what shows up. I'm not even looking at chat anymore. Scorpius? Let's see. Scorpius. That... don't think that really gives me the right result. What did they call it? Like, I'm sure if I go into specifics it'll be a little more easy, but... I know it has to be one of these figures, but I don't know where it is. That's not it. See like a gigantic picture of like every single figure, but I'm still not spotting it. It's so weird. Do I even still have the photo of this? Like, is it in a album somewhere? Might be. It's probably in miscellaneous stuff, right? Yeah, miscellaneous. There it is. So let's go to that, or this. Can I please? Collections. Yeah, I found the image of it. Miscellaneous. There. What is this? Reptac. I think. Yeah. Pyrus Reptac was the name of it. Bakugan Reptac. Yeah, this guy. He showed up in the show. Scorpion-esque. I don't know. Not like super duper scorpion shaped, but that's what he always reminded me of. How many different versions are there? There's like repaints of this thing in like every color. But I had the red one. How much is this thing worth on eBay? Why is it $30? Jeez. Really? How did they release this guy? Okay, I think he was just a single card release. I remember, I think I had him for like, I got him for like Christmas one year, and I've just had him ever since. Okay, one more grass block, I think. And it's done. So yeah, it's Reptak. That's the name. That's how you spell it. Always reminded me of a scorpion. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be. The claws and the tail, though, always pointed in that direction to me. I wonder if I still have that green one I had. I don't know. I probably don't. Who knows though, he's probably just... If I do have him, he's just sitting somewhere, like in a bin. Because yeah, if the show ended in 2008, unless they continued producing the figures for a few years, it's like... That one must have sat in that CVS for years. Like, I think when I found it, I think like The Force Awakens was already coming out. Like, that's how long it was there for. There we go. Is that the final grass block? Or dirt block? Can I finally end this stream? After 7 hours and 17 minutes? What time is it? Oh my god, it's already the next day. When did I start streaming? Probably 5 now that I think about it, so that makes sense. It's 12:26 a.m. for me. So yeah, I'll probably end the stream in a few minutes. Because I've now accomplished my goal. Next stream well, I don't know when I'll do another stream. I'm trying to think of what I want to build on here. That's the problem. But I don't really have any concrete ideas. Maybe a village would be cool to build. Otherwise, I don't really know. Like, one thing, like, I thought about, besides for the reason it's hollow, is just because it's way easier to do that. I was also like, oh, I might someday build, like, false caves in here and stuff. It'd be cool to, like, decorate the underworld, so to speak. Like, make, like, lava pools and stuff. I'm trying to think if was that the only background besides the green one I had as a kid? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. If not, it was my favorite one at least. So it's now January 12th. Should hopefully be getting something cool in the mail today. Okay, that's everything. Let's check eBay real quick. Anything cool? Not seeing much. Nope. Nope. There's only 40 bucks for this one. And that's the cool one too. I would have bought this for this much. Dang it. Oh well. So that's finally done. So now it's time to build stuff, but I'm not going to do that today, or even tomorrow, or whenever. I'm going to take a break. I need to edit videos, clean my room. Stuff like that. That looked weird, it didn't load in for a second. Okay, so after 7 hours, I don't know how long it would have taken if I didn't do the tour, but it felt necessary this time. Probably could have shaved off another hour, maybe 2. Anyway, that's finally done. Now I can start building things. I might prioritize this area first, because I need to like detail these cliffs a little more, maybe add some docks and stuff by the water, and then I'll start building things. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody's here. Vicinity might be. Nice to finally talk to you again after over 4 years. If I ever get PS Plus again, which I'll probably get that eventually, I'll tell you, and I will and I'll see what we can play. If you want to, that is. You'd think it wouldn't take so long to complete such a simple task, but it does. I'm going to end the stream here. I hope whoever watches this in the future enjoyed it. If they're insane enough to watch 7+ hours of this, probably should have watched something else. And I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.